My name is Dr. Karen Lohman, and it's Looman.
And Dr. Lohman, can you tell us what you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
Okay. And where do you work?
I work at the Hamilton County Coroner's Office in Cincinnati.
Okay. And in fact, you are the chief deputy coroner there, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. Can you please just give us an idea about the type of education you've received to get to where you are?
Yes. I graduated college. I then went to medical school, which is 4 years. And in medical school, they teach you the basics about medicine. After I finished medical school, I was in the Navy for 4 years, working with live patients. I then went into a residency where they train you specifically in the medicine that you want to practice. And in that case, I was in a pathology residency learning diseases of the individual. After that, I had a special training in forensics part of pathology, which is non-natural deaths. I learned how to examine those. So after that, that's when I got a job.
So you did residency. Did you also do a fellowship?
Yes.
And where did you do a fellowship?
That was in Norfolk, Virginia. They have what's called a medical examiner's office there called the Tidewater Office of the Chief Medical Examiner.
Okay. And can you tell us where you got your first job?
My first job was actually in Cincinnati at the Hamilton County Coroner's Office.
Okay. And what year was that?
2008.
And at what point did you become the chief deputy coroner?
That was in 2015.
And can you tell us, when you first started working in Hamilton County, was that as a deputy coroner?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just tell us, what does a deputy coroner do?
Deputy coroner's job is to determine the reason why people die, and the people that come to our office are those that die in non-natural ways. So all accidents, suicides, homicides come to our office. Skeletonized bodies that are found, little babies under the age of 2 come to our office. Actually, anybody that doesn't have a physician when they pass away comes to our office, because part of our job is also completing the death certificate so that an individual can get buried or cremated.
And what are your duties as a chief deputy coroner?
As a chief deputy, I do some administrative stuff, like I write the schedule and keep track of the other doctors in the office. I also work with my morgue supervisor and the morgue techs that help us perform autopsies. I also work with my investigative supervisor who deals with the investigators that go out to scenes.
And do you also serve as a representative on other agencies, such as the health department or?
Yes.
Okay, and explain that.
You can imagine with the opiate crisis, the health department wanted to keep track of the numbers of people that pass away. And so our office and I worked with them to keep track of the number of people that died from drug overdoses and the type of drugs they died from. There's also a committee called the Child Fatality Review, where we keep track of the children that die under the age of 18, why they died, and how we can prevent those children from dying in the future, similar children dying in the future. We also teach the medical students at the University of Cincinnati Medical Center. They come and watch autopsies and help us and learn how to determine why people die or what happens with certain illnesses. We also teach their pathology residents. They have a pathology program, and they come to our office and get experience in performing autopsies.
And how many doctors are employed there at the Hamilton County Coroner's Office?
Including me, there are 7.
Okay. And do you still conduct examinations?
Yes.
Or autopsies? Are you board certified?
Yes.
And what are you board certified in?
Anatomic pathology and forensics.
Okay, and I guess I should have you explain that term. What does board certified mean?
Board certified is where you take a test to prove that you know the knowledge for pathology and forensics that's expected in someone who represents themselves as being a forensic pathologist or a pathologist.
Okay. Have you testified as an expert before?
Yes.
Okay. How many times would you say?
Approximately 100.
Okay, and where, in what location or what jurisdictions?
I have testified in Hamilton County, in Claremont County, in Butler County. I have testified in one of the counties in Kentucky, I believe it was Kenton County, and in Indiana, in Ripley County and Dearborn County.
Your Honor, at this time I would request that this witness be permitted to testify as an expert specializing in pathology.
Any objections?
No objection, we'll stipulate to her.
The court will grant that request.
Dr. Lemon, just approaching you with what I have marked as State's Exhibit E 260. If you can just briefly look over that and tell me if you recognize what that is.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that as?
This is my CV
Okay, something that you've prepared.
that talks about my education and the groups I work with, and for example, duties that I do, as well as any papers that I've written. It's just kind of like a professional paper that tells you this is who I am.
Okay, and I neglected to say, is that 4 pages stapled together?
It's 4 with the last page blank, but, oh no, it isn't. Yeah, it is. Yeah, the last page is blank.
Well, that's not helpful. Okay. All right. And Doctor, can you just kind of walk us through what happens, first of all, what counties do you conduct autopsies for?
We conduct autopsies for Hamilton County and Claremont County. We used to do autopsies in Pike County. There are a couple counties in Indiana, Dearborn, Decatur, and Ripley County. We perform autopsies, and we don't do any in Kentucky.
Okay. And can you tell us, how do bodies come to you in order for you to conduct autopsies?
So an individual dies at their house. Usually EMS gets called, the police get called, they go out to the scene and they see what's going on. Usually after they get some ideas to what happened to the individual, maybe they passed away, it looks like they passed away in their sleep in their bed, they'll call our office and they'll kind of report what they found, and we determine if it sounds like it's a non-natural death and it needs to come to our office. In our county, if the death happens in Hamilton County, we then send an investigator out to the scene to also investigate, to take pictures for us, to look at the body for trauma, to look for pills, medications that may be at the scene, or drugs or drug paraphernalia that may be at the scene, any sort of history of medical issues that the individual has. Our investigator puts that body then in a white body bag and seals it. So they're put in the bag as they're found at the scene with their jewelry, and if they have their wallets in their pockets, it all goes in the body bag, and the bag is sealed so that nobody can get in. That body is then transported to our office and put in the cooler. And those bodies can be transported to our office 24 hours a day. There's always somebody there to receive them. Okay,
and you indicated that, well, if it happens in Hamilton County, you would send out an investigator. If it happens in another county, do you send out an investigator?
No, we don't.
Okay. And you indicated that upon arrival, a body would be placed in a cooler. If you can tell us what kind of a cooler, what's the temperature, what is the purpose of that?
So a body starts to die after your heart stops beating and your brain stops working, you're pronounced dead. The body tissues then start to die, and a medical term for that is decompose. And one way to slow that down is to put a body in cool environment. And so we perform autopsies first thing in the morning. We don't do autopsies all night. So if a body comes in the afternoon, after we've finished what autopsies we would be for the day, they have to go in a cooler because it will slow down the decomposition that the body starts to develop after they've died. And so our cooler is approximately 40 degrees Fahrenheit. And they're put on carts in that cooler. And the cooler that we have will hold approximately 80 bodies.
Do you also have a deep freeze available?
We do. Some bodies you can imagine come to us if they haven't been found in a while. They've already started to decompose. Sometimes we put them in a cooler that's a little colder, like at 30, 32 degrees, really trying to stop the decomposition from going any farther.
Okay. And then if you can tell us just generally how you go about conducting an autopsy.
So an autopsy has several steps. One of the basic ones is you're doing an external exam of the body. You open the body bag and you're looking to see what the body looks like in the body bag. You look to see the condition of the clothes, if they are clothed. You look at the body to look for injuries. If there are any there, you're looking to see scars, because scars can tell you what kind of surgery somebody had, can give you some medical history. And then there's an internal examination where we actually cut open the body. We look at the organs to see what kind of disease people have. If the organs are injured from a car accident, you want to look at those organs and to see if that's a lethal injury. Is that a severe injury? Is that something that they could have survived from? After we look at the organs, we actually remove the organs from the body and look at hold each individual organ, weigh it, and cut through it, looking to see if there's tumors in there. Sometimes there's a better way of looking at disease if you actually look on the inside of the organs as well. So that's an internal examination. We also, even before we cut the body, we actually x-ray bodies if we have an idea that there was trauma with a knife or a bullet, because we want to be able to see where the bullets are. We can figure out where to recover them from. If there's broken bones, if somebody was walking on the sidewalk and got hit by a car, we want to be able to see what bones are broken in their legs versus their head or their back. It kind of could tell us how they were hit or where they were hit. It would tell us a story. We also draw what's called toxicology, or blood samples from the individual, so that we can see what kind of drugs are in their system and see if those drugs may cause the death or contributed to the death or had nothing to do with the death.
Okay. And once you have conducted all of this examination of the body, do you then reach an opinion as to what the cause of death was? In many cases you can. Right at the beginning, you have an idea of what caused their death. Sometimes you have to wait for toxicology to come back in case it's an overdose and it's a young individual with no disease at all. But eventually there will be an opinion that's created by what I found, what the toxicology shows. Sometimes I look at the tissues under the microscope to see what disease looks like under the microscope. When all that information comes back, I put it all together and create an opinion as to what I think caused the death. Okay. And you mentioned toxicology. Is that something that is conducted at the location where you are, where the coroner's office is?
Yes, our office has a toxicology department.
Okay. And if you can just explain briefly, what does toxicology look for?
Toxicology on every case looks for alcohol, if someone has alcohol in their system. And then what we do is we screen the blood looking for the most common things that people abuse and die from. And if we find something by a screen, the screen will only say positive. So then we have to go and see what that drug is, identify what that drug is, and identify the amount. We'll always look for alcohol, and we look for any common abused drugs.
Do you also examine the interior of the skull?
Yes, we do. We do look at the brain.
And can you tell us, why is it important to you to look to see if there's any bullets or bullet fragments left in the body?
Finding the bullets are important because that's actually evidence of a crime. So we want to collect those bullets because there are experts, firearm experts, that can look at those bullets and say what caliber it is. And if there's a gun to compare it to, sometimes they can say this bullet came from this gun, which may provide evidence to the police or the prosecutor as to what happened with the situation. So it's evidence. The bullets are evidence that we need to collect.
Okay. And can you just tell us sequentially what happens when you are conducting an examination? They're obviously maintained in the cooler, still in the body bag. What happens then?
Our morgue techs are the ones that help prep the body. And so the body is pulled out of the cooler and the body bag is opened. And it's opened underneath a camera. So it shows what's on the body when the body bag was opened. So if there's jewelry around the neck, jewelry on the fingers, or in the ears or whatever, it documents what personal effects that we have found. At that time, once the body bag is open, our morgue techs kind of categorize what clothes are on the body, what personal effects are on the body, and put that in as evidence in our computer so that we have a chain of custody of where that piece of evidence goes. Who has it? Where is it? Who's touched it? And then if it moves somewhere else in the office, it gets scanned again. Now we know this person has it, they're touching it. So that's what the chain of custody is. We're keeping track of where everything is. After they've categorized what's on the body, and if we know if it's trauma, like from a gunshot wound, we will x-ray the body before we even do anything else, so that we can look and find, we know that there's bullets in there that we have to find. And then our morgue tech photographs the body as is. So with blood on the face, with dirt on the hands, with the clothes that they came with, we take pictures of them as is, as we open the body bag. After that, they collect evidence. So in the case of all homicides, we take fingernails. In case somebody was fighting with somebody and scratched somebody, there may be DNA underneath the fingernails. So in all homicides, we collect those. In some cases, we take hair samples for DNA. In other cases, we take fingerprints on everybody just to confirm who they are. Hopefully, they've got fingerprints somewhere else that we can compare to, so we have identified who that person is. After that, then they take the clothes off. You take more photographs, even while they're still a little bloody. We're just showing in steps what the body looks like, and we document it by photographs. At that time, usually the doctor's not quite down yet in the office, in the morgue, and the morgue techs can collect blood samples. We also take fluid from the eyes. You can do toxicology on that. And we take urine too, because some drugs break down pretty quickly in the body, and you can only find it in urine. So they'll collect the body sample, the blood and fluid samples, and then the doctor will come down, and I will take a diagram and diagram what I see. Diagram the injuries, I diagram scars, I diagram tattoos, and at that point, then we could probably start the autopsy.
And at what point is the body cleaned, or is the body cleaned? should say.
The body is cleaned actually right before we start the autopsy because we want very clear pictures of the wounds and the injuries that are on the body. So right before the autopsy, the body's cleaned and more photographs are taken.
And like you said, each step is photo documented very well, both as is, then once the clothes are removed, but the body's not yet cleaned, and then once the body is cleaned.
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay. And can you tell us, Doctor, regarding gunshot wounds, is there a way for you to, or are there certain things or characteristics you are looking for when it comes to the wounds or injuries that you find?
Yes, there are a couple things that you can tell with gunshot wounds. You can tell which one's an entrance and which one's an exit wound. And you can also tell distance, how far somebody was between the gun, how far they were from the gun when they were shot.
Okay. And can you just tell us a little bit about how you go about determining what an entrance wound is versus an exit wound?
Yes, so an entrance wound is very similar. A bullet that comes out of the end of the gun has a spin so that it's straight. And as it hits the skin, it's still spinning a little bit, and it actually tears a little bit of skin off the edge of the hole that it's making. They call that an abrasion. Very similar to you scraping your knee on the cement. You're scratching the surface of the skin off. The bullet scratches and tears a little bit of skin around the opening. That's an entrance wound. An exit wound just tears its way out. Sometimes, if it's a slower bullet, it will just leave also a circular hole, but there will be no abrasion collar. Other times, it tears and leaves a big hole. So that's how you can tell entrance and exit. Another way you can tell how close the gun is to you, if you can imagine, there's things other than a bullet that comes out of the end of a gun, because it's an explosion and fire that's causing that bullet to come out the end of the gun. So you've got the bullet, you've got gases, you've got smoke, you've got fire, you've got burned and unburned gunpowder coming out of the end of the gun. So if you've got the end of the gun and you're touching it to somebody's skin, many times that hole, the edge of the hole will be burned because it got burned by the fire that's coming out of the end of the gun. And sometimes in the head, if you get shot in the head, you may see that burn, and then you may see gunpowder actually on the bone underneath the scalp where somebody was shot. The farther away you are from the muzzle of the gun, you might have smoke on your skin. Pathologists sometimes call it soot or fouling. It looks gray. So you'll have gray smoke in somewhat of a circle around the wound, telling you that the gun was close but not touching. What also comes out are unburned gunpowder, and it actually strikes the skin and makes little red abrasions or polka dots. We also call that stippling on the skin. That tells you that the gun was not touching, not contact. We use the term intermediate, saying that it was not contact and it was not far away, it was in between. And it depends on the power of the weapon as to how far away the gun can be before you don't see any of that stippling or any of that smoke on the skin. Average, maybe about 3 feet before you don't see that anymore. So this is contact. That space in between where you see the soot and the stippling on the skin and maybe about 3 feet is called intermediate. And then beyond that, we call that indeterminate. Instead of distant, we call it indeterminate. So that's what you're looking for when you look at bullet wounds. You're looking to see which one's an entrance, which one's an exit, and if you can tell how close the gun was to the body when it was shot.
Okay. Can you talk to us about, I guess, the changes that the body goes through? You kind of alluded to this immediately upon life ceasing. What happens to the human body?
There are 3 main things that happen after you, right after you pass away. Your heart stops beating, And your heart is what's pushing all the blood through the body. And if there's no blood pressure anymore, the blood settles in the body, and it settles with gravity. So it'll settle in what's lowest in the body. So if you're laying on your back, blood settles along your back. After about 24 hours, that becomes fixed. In other words, it will not shift anymore. So if you die immediately and the blood settles on your back, and then you flip somebody on their stomach, the blood will then settle to the stomach. But if they've been dead for 24 hours, approximately 24 hours, and they've been laying on their back and you flip them on their stomach, that liver will not change. It will stay on their back even though they're on their stomach. So that's rigor mortis, or the settling of blood. Another thing that happens is your body gets stiff. They call that rigor mortis. That's essentially immediately in small muscles like your eyelids and maybe your jaw. You have little energy factories in your muscles, and it runs out of energy after you die, and then you seize up, kind of like the Tin Man in Wizard of Oz. You become stiff. Whatever position your body is in is what you're stiff in. So if you're laying in your bed with your hand over your head like that, you will become stiff like that. Or if you lay on your back and you're just got your hands crossed, you'll become stiff like that. And it starts right away, and it maximizes out at about 24 hours. After about 24 hours, you are getting into the stage of decomposition, where your body tissues are starting to decompose, and it becomes obvious. So then that rigor disappears, and you are floppy. And in decomposition, the longer you go, the more discolored you are, and the more body fluids there are.
And that takes approximately 24 hours to start?
The decomposition starts at about 24 hours, where it becomes noticeable.
Okay. So the condition the body is in when you receive it, for instance, if it's still in rigor mortis, that would be information for you, or facts that you would consider in determining approximately how long that individual had been dead.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And likewise, if that had passed, then that also would be a hint as to how long they had been dead.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Lohman, want to focus your attention on the autopsies that you performed in regards to the case we are here for today. First of all, you were the Chief Deputy Coroner at that time, correct? Back in April of 2016?
Yes, I was.
Okay. But still conducting examinations?
Yes.
And can you tell us how you first learned about this incident?
At the time, Pike County would send their cases to us. And Friday morning, which I believe was the 23rd or the 22nd, called our office and gave us a notification that they found several people deceased, and they would send us more information, but they were letting us know that, I don't recall if they gave us the number of 8, but they said there were several people that they were found dead, and it looked like it was a homicide. So this was before 11 a.m. on that Friday.
Okay. And then did you later in the day have further conversations with Dr. Kessler?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us who Dr. Kessler is?
Dr. Kessler is the Pike County coroner. So if he has a non-natural death, he's the one that calls us and tells us he's sending the case. He makes the decision, and then he tells us that the case is coming to our office in Cincinnati.
Okay. And do you know if Dr. Kessler conducts any medical examinations himself?
I'm sure he does go to scenes and looks at bodies, yes.
Okay, but he does not conduct autopsies, I should say.
No, I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And thus why they would send their, anybody that needed an autopsy to the Hamilton County Coroner's Office.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And so you had a conversation with Dr. Kessler, and what did you learn then? What decisions were made at that time?
I learned that there were 8 individuals of a family, all related, that were dead. And I do not recall if at that time he told me there were 4 different scenes, but I believe I knew that they were not all in the same place. And one of the questions he asked me was sending 8 bodies too many? He wanted to know if maybe he should send us only some bodies and send some to another office that performs autopsies.
Okay. And what did you advise him at that time?
I advised him wherever he sends them, he needs to send them all to the same place so that one person is evaluating them, one person is writing the reports, so the terminology and the language is the same with every case, so that you're not relearning somebody's funny terms between all 8 cases.
Okay. And did he at that time indicate that he would therefore send all 8 to your office?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us, did you also make a decision yourself personally about who would conduct the examinations?
Yes.
And what was that decision?
That particular weekend, I was the one that was on call or accepting cases that came from Hamilton County and the outer counties. So these bodies arriving Saturday and Sunday would be my responsibility to do the cases.
Okay. And did you, in fact, ultimately conduct the autopsies on all 8 individuals?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us, if you recall, approximately what time those bodies arrived at the Hamilton County Coroner's office?
I believe they arrived Saturday around 5:30 in the morning.
And can you tell us what was done with each individual body upon arrival?
So the bodies came all together. So what happened was each body was given checked in and given a barcode and scanned and then put in the cooler. And then the next body was pulled in, given a barcode, scanned, and put in the cooler. And we did that with all 8. So that all of them, we didn't touch them, we didn't open them up. We actually accepted them, started the chain of custody, and put the bodies in the cooler until we were ready to start one at a time to prepare them.
Okay. And that is ultimately documented, correct? The time that they are, quote, scanned, given a barcode and scanned and placed in your cooler.
Yeah,
correct?
our computer system creates the chain of custody and tells us who has custody of the body and where it is.
Okay. Can you tell us, Dr. Lohman, how did you conduct these examinations as far as, did you do them all in one day? How did you go about approaching that?
With there being 8, I decided I would do the women on Saturday. I would do the men on Sunday, except for one gentleman, Christopher Sr., who looked like he was injured the worst and would take longer. So I did Christopher Sr. on Monday. So I did women on Saturday, the rest of the men on Sunday, and Chris Sr. on Monday.
Okay. And can you tell us, was there a representative from BCI present when you conducted these autopsies?
Yes.
And did you collect any personal effects or evidence or any bullets or bullet fragments from the bodies of these 8 individuals?
Yes.
And were those ultimately provided to the BCI agent that was present?
Yes.
Okay. When you first received the bodies and had the, kind of brief amount of information that Dr. Kessler had provided to you, did you have any initial thoughts, or did you want to pay particular attention to any particular issues at that time?
Yes. I did notice that many of the bodies were starting to show signs of decomposition.
Okay. Did you also form an opinion based on the fact that a lot of them, you were informed that a lot of them were shot while they were in their beds and many of them appeared to be sleeping?
Yes.
And what did you, what approach did you take as a result of that information?
In regards to further testing, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Or anything, yeah.
It became apparent looking at where the wounds were that it seemed that many of them were shot multiple times and never moved, never appeared to have reacted to other people in the house being shot as well. And so in my mind, I was trying to figure out why somebody wouldn't respond when other people in the house are getting shot. I think they would wake up with gunfire. So one of the things I did was did a little bit of extra toxicology to see if maybe they'd been drugged and they were all, didn't wake up because they were sleeping. And another thought was, well, mostly it was the drugs I was concerned about, that maybe they had drugs. The other thought, though, was that maybe there was something that was muffling the gunfire, but I can't find evidence on the body that would suggest that there's something that was muffling the fire. That's not something I could see, but that was in my head.
Okay, and when you say that's not something you could see, is it something you would ever be able to see?
Unless there's remnants of something that covered the gun, left at the scene, or showed to me, that's not something that shows up on the body.
But you were struck by the fact that the victims did not wake up when they were in the same residence as other individuals. And so you were considering either something that muffled the gun or possibly that they had been drugged such that they were not responding.
Would not wake up, that's correct.
Okay. Regarding the personal effects of individuals, if it is a homicide case, what do you do with those personal effects?
On all homicide cases, including clothing and any jewelry or money that's found on the body, we hold on to that. We don't, in other cases where there's not a concern of a homicide, we take the clothes off and put them in a bag and release them with the body when the funeral home comes to pick them up. But in cases of homicide, we hold on to all that because we're not sure what is considered evidence, what is considered important to the police or the prosecutor's office. So we hold on to that.
Okay. And in this case, you already testified that you gave those items to the BCI agent that was present.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what the BCI agent's name was?
There were different people on different days.
Okay. I'm going to turn your attention now to the autopsy that you conducted of Chris Sr., which actually was the last autopsy that you conducted, but it's the one we'll deal with first today. I first want to provide you with several documents. Doctor, first going to hand you, and I'm sorry because I did not count, I believe it's 12-page document stapled together. If you could go ahead and look at that and tell me if you recognize what that is State's Exhibit E.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that as?
This is the autopsy report with the opinion page in the toxicology on Christopher Rhoden Sr.
Okay. And is that a report that you prepared?
Yes.
In your normal course of business, do you always prepare a report after you've conducted an autopsy?
Yes, I do.
And then approaching you with a 6-page document marked as State's Exhibit E-257. And again, if you could just look at that and tell me if you recognize what that is.
Yes.
What do you recognize that as?
These are diagrams that I created as I was looking at the body, and they describe injuries, scars, other things that I found on the body, color of the hair, color of the eyes, bruises. I describe it on the diagrams, and then that in the photographs helped me write my report.
Okay. So the handwriting that appears on those documents in E-258, or 257, sorry, that's your handwriting?
Yes.
Okay. And finally, E-258, which is just a 1-page document, if you can tell me if you recognize that.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that as?
This is the chain of custody that our computer prints out and tells us when the body came to our office and when the body was released to a funeral home and left our office. So it's the chain of custody of the body.
Okay. And can you tell us, for Chris Sr., what time was his body placed in the cooler?
5:50 a.m. on the 23rd.
5:50, 550?
Yes.
I didn't know if I heard you. I didn't know if you said 5:50 or 5:58.
No, 550.
Okay. And again, you already indicated that you actually conducted his examination on that following Monday, which would have been, I believe, April 25th.
Yes.
Of 2016.
Yes.
Okay. Can you go ahead and just walk us through what you did, what your initial observations were?
Looking at Christopher Sr. as he was in the body bag, it was apparent to me that he was one of the people that was a little more decomposed than some of the others. He had some skin coloration changes, and he no longer was stiff. I also was able to see that there were a large number of wounds to his face that turned out to be gunshot wounds, and that he had 2 in his abdomen. And based on the x-rays, I knew that there were several bullets that I needed to recover.
Okay, so talk to us about, you said that his body was one of the ones that was a little bit more decomposed than the others, and that rigor mortis had left his body. So at that point, I presume your belief is that it's been at least 24 hours since he has been killed.
Yes.
Correct? And I should say at least 24 hours before he was placed in the cooler. Is that fair to say, or will he continue to decompose in the cooler?
The decomposition will slow down. It won't become as obvious if he was laying outside and was not in a cooler, but he did show a decomposition at the time we put him in the cooler.
Okay. And, do you recognize, and I know you said that you did not, but can you tell us what happened after he was placed in the cooler? What was his body assuming for a moment that he was killed around 11 p.m. on Thursday night, okay? And he arrives to Hamilton County Coroner's Office at, I believe you said 5:50 a.m. is when his body was actually placed in the cooler.
Yes.
Correct, so close to 6 in the morning. So we're talking a full 24 hours plus an additional 7 hours, so around 31 hours. Before, from the time that he was killed until the time that he is placed in the cooler at Hamilton County Coroner's Office. Is that consistent with the decomposition that you found on Christopher Rhoden Sr.?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could tell us what were some of the signs of decomposition that you found other than the absence of rigor mortis?
He had some skin discoloration. Sometimes the body turns a little green, especially around the abdomen where your intestines are. The intestines have a lot of bacteria. After you die, that bacteria multiplies. Some of the bacteria produces gases, so the body gets a little full of gases, starts to blow up a little bit and change color. He was starting to do that. As well as after I started the autopsy and looked at the inside, his organs looked like they were starting to fall apart, which is another sign of decomposition.
Okay. And you indicated that you took some x-rays, correct?
Yes.
You talked about gunshot wounds to the head or face, and then also 2 in his, was it torso or
Yes.
abdomen? And then was there another gunshot injury?
Yes, there was.
And where was that?
On his right forearm.
Okay, and can you describe that injury?
That wound, before when I described entrances and exit wounds, I talked about small circles and maybe when at an entrance wound and the exit, usually there's little tears. His forearm was so destroyed and lacerated that the skin was peeled back. You could see the muscles, you could see the fractured pieces of bones in there. There was so much trauma there, you couldn't see an entrance and an exit wound. His arm was barely hanging on to the end of his elbow. So there was significant trauma to that wound, to that arm, excuse me.
Did you form an opinion about what would have caused the injury to that arm as far as the type of weapon?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
My opinion was that a high-powered weapon caused that wound. The faster the bullet, the more velocity, the more damage it causes to the human body. And that was extensive damage to that arm. So it wasn't similar to all the other wounds that he had on his torso and his head. So it was a different weapon, and it was, in my opinion, a high-powered weapon.
Okay, and when you say high-powered weapon, what are you talking about?
Rifle, a shotgun, something that pushes the projectile farther and faster than a regular handgun.
Okay, something like an AR or a SKS or something?
Oh, yes, something like that, yes.
Okay. Okay. 222, which, yes. 1416A.
We may need Jason, we don't have, it doesn't appear, yeah, it don't have power to this.
I think you just have, there's a button to turn it on, I think.
It was working a little while.
Okay. This is State's Exhibit E222. Dr. Lohman, if you can just tell us, first of all, what are we looking at?
Is this supposed to turn on?
Is it not on?
Do I need to press a button or something? I can see over there. That is a picture, an X-ray of the head
Okay.
of Christopher Jr.
Christopher.
Senior, sorry.
Okay. And if it helps you to look at
Yeah.
that, you certainly may.
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell us, there appear to be areas where there's an intense white appearance. Can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, so bones have kind of a white color on an X-ray, and then anything that's metal or radio opaque is white. So in the area of his teeth, which is on the bottom of the picture, you can see he's got some fillings in his teeth. You see that's white. But on the corner, the X-ray has L's and R's for left and right because it's his left and right. So if you're looking at the side of the picture that has the L, on the corner of his teeth, you'll see a huge, almost rectangular white opaque thing. That is a bullet. So we are X-raying the head slightly crooked because you can see that we're not quite face on. And then you can see that there is a piece of metal on the corner of his mouth on the left side. That's a bullet that we're seeing. And then if you look a little higher into the area of where his ear is on the left, you'll see two other white metal objects. Those are two more bullets. So those are relatively intact bullets. That's why they're big like that. And then you can see some small little white flecks kind of in the middle of the head there. That's tiny little pieces of bullet that have broken away from the bullet itself. So it's still showing up as tiny little fragments of the bullet, but the bigger pieces are the bullets that are more intact.
Okay, and if you don't mind, Dr. Lohman, just stepping away from the witness stand for a moment and using this pointer, and please don't touch the TV, it's a little finicky.
Okay.
But if you can just show where you indicated the larger, mostly intact bullets.
So there's a bullet right there, and there are two bullets right there.
Okay.
And the white around the rest is just fragments of the bullet.
Okay. And again, you use this X-ray to guide you during your examination to look for and recover some of those items,
Right.
correct? Okay.
Yes.
D. And this is E225, State's Exhibit. And again, if you can tell us what we're looking at there.
So this is an X-ray showing the bottom of the chin, the neck of Christopher Sr. This is his collarbone, and these are ribs of his chest. You can see that there is a bullet. I'm not going to touch the screen. Bullet right there. That doesn't tell us whether that's in the front under the skin or in the back, by his back. In this case, it actually is in his back, but it tells us it's on the left side, kind of in this area. You can actually see that bullet that we saw at the corner of his mouth shows up in this picture as well.
Okay. F. The which is State's Exhibit E227. Go ahead.
So this is another picture of the chest. It's a little crooked. This is his spine. These are some of his ribs. And see there's a bullet down here on the left side. Again, looking at this picture, you can't tell whether it's in the front or the back, but it's actually in the back.
Okay, and G, which is State's Exhibit E228. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So this is a picture of the belly of Christopher Sr. This is the bullet we saw. I believe it's the bullet no, this is a different bullet that's in the left side of the back. So he has two bullets down here. You can see there's tiny little white fragments here. So this is little pieces of bullet that are right along this abdomen, the middle of his abdomen. Christopher had a serious surgery prior to passing away, and he had a big scar on his right chest there. And in this area here, this is where that scar is. It looks like there's a whole bunch of staples. So these are not bullets, but these are staples from a previous surgery that he had.
Okay. H. And this is State's Exhibit E229.
So these are the staples that I mentioned before that are from his previous surgery. So this is his right forearm. His hand is there, it's just too dark to see. But you can see here's one of his forearm bones. There are two forearm bones. Both of them are fractured up at the top here. They're fractured in many pieces, and then they disappear. So there is tiny little white polka dots of white metal going across that forearm. We call that a snowstorm effect. So high-powered weapons, high-powered bullets break off tiny little pieces of metal and are left behind. And usually it's abundant enough that on a black x-ray, people call it a snowstorm effect. So it's kind of an indication that it's a higher powered weapon. So he has this snowstorm effect of his forearm, and then maybe a little fragment of maybe a bullet right there somewhere in his tissues, but that shows the extent of the damage to his right forearm.
Okay. And then I, which is State's Exhibit E230.
This is a picture of the hips and pelvis and lower spine. Tiny little pieces of metal that are in his body. Some of these are too small to collect. And this is maybe a metal, it looks a little bit like a spider. It's a little medical device of some sort that was from his previous surgeries.
Okay, you may have a seat. Thank you, Doctor. So regarding some of the, quote, mostly intact bullets or projectiles that you saw there on x-ray, were you able to actually recover those items?
Yes.
Okay. And regarding the injury to his arm where you said there were multiple little tiny pieces of fragments, were you able or did you make any effort to recover from that location?
No, it wasn't possible to get any of those little minute pieces of metal. So no, nothing was collected from his forearm.
Sorry, I've got too many documents up here. Inspector Lohman, we talked about collecting various standards and fingernail clippings, etc., and providing those to law enforcement. Did you do that in this case?
Yes,
When you conducted the autopsy of Chris Rhoden Sr.?
yes,
Okay. And did you also do that with his belongings? Or
Yes.
his personal clothing or whatever?
yes.
Can you tell us, when you initially conducted the examination while Chris Sr. was still clothed and in the body bag, did you find any bullets or fragments at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us if you additionally found some bullets in the sweatshirt that he had on?
Yes. When he came to us, the sweatshirt, both of his arms were above his head, and his sweatshirt was pulled up and partly over his face, as if somebody maybe was pulling him by the sweatshirt, and the arms came up and the clothes came up over his face. When we actually pulled the sweatshirt down and then pulled it off, 2 intact bullets fell out of his sweatshirt. He had a brown sweatshirt on, so 2 bullets fell out of his sweatshirt, and I believe a third one fell out of his clothes from somewhere and landed on the floor. So we found 3 bullets as we were undressing him.
Okay. And again, you guys know not to publish. State's Exhibit E1.
I need that number, Exhibit 101.
It's 001. I think these track.
Let me see. Right.
Got it? Okay. Showing you up on the screen right now what's been marked as State's Exhibit E1. Are you able to see that now on there?
Nope,
Nope. Okay.
I can look across.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Okay. Can you tell us what we are seeing there?
So this is Christopher Sr. as we just opened his body bag and pulled the edges back. So these are the clothes he was wearing when he was found, in the position that he was found in. So you could see that his sweatshirt is pulled up over his face and a little bit over his head. And it's not that easy, but his arms are also over his head. So this is as he looks when he was picked up from the scene and put in the body bag and brought to us, and we're opening him up as he appeared at the scene.
Okay. And E2? And what are we seeing there?
So this is an overhead shot of the upper chest of Chris Sr. You can see his sweatshirt is pulled up over his head. He had an undershirt on, a gray shirt on underneath as well. Both of them are covering his face. You see what looks like brown paper bags. We usually put brown paper bags over the hands in cases of homicide to protect any evidence that's on the hands. So at the scene, we'll cover those with brown paper bags and tape. So you're seeing his hands, but they're covered in brown paper bags.
Okay. And again, this is how he was when he was placed into the body bag.
Yes.
You have not moved him at all. And can you tell us if the position of that clothing is consistent with having been drugged by your feet across the floor?
Yes, it could be from the feet, being pulled by the feet where the shirts get pulled behind and pulled over the head. It could be somebody grabbed that and pulled him from the head side as well. It's possible in both directions.
Okay. State's Exhibit E3. And this, I may ask you to step out again, and I apologize.
That's all right.
If you can tell us what we are looking at here.
So this is the case number for Chris Sr. when he came to our office. Everything associated with him has that case number. So when we take pictures, we put that label in all the pictures in case the picture gets separated. So this is his case number. But what we're seeing is his torso. This black area is dried blood. And he actually has a little bit of a pink scar down his belly here. You're seeing a little bit of the scar. And then this is actually a wound. This is a gunshot wound.
Okay. You can sit back down. Sorry. State's Exhibit E5.
I'm not trying to be off for a second. Hold on, I never published a picture, so I gotta get it back.
Okay.
This one. So give me 1 second.
And again, can you tell us what we are looking at there?
This is an overhead picture of the lower half of Chris Sr., showing his blue jeans and his shoes.
Okay. And again, are those items that you ultimately collected in this case?
Yes.
And this is as he was put into the body bag as you found him when you opened the body bag?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then E6. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is an overhead picture of Chris's right knee.
Okay. And there appears to be maybe some spots on the pants there.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And E8. Can you tell us what that is?
This is an identification tag that was written by someone from the Pike County Coroner's office. If a person's been identified but doesn't have anything else on his body to identify him, we always put a label on him, on the individual, so we know who it is. So this is the label that was on his bag.
Okay.
Actually, it was on his body. I think it was through his belt.
Okay. Did you also notice other injuries to Chris Sr. other than just the gunshot wounds that were obvious at this point in your examination? To his face and head?
Yes.
And what was that?
On his left forehead and left side of the face, he had abrasions and little punctures of tiny little pieces of wood. They were actually sticking out of his skin across his forehead and his cheek. And I call it pseudo-stippling. because of stippling, like gunshot wounds where you have little polka dots from the gunshot powder, but it's similar to that, but it's not gunpowder stippling. It's wounds that look like stippling, so I call it pseudo-stippling, but it's tiny little pieces of wood that have penetrated the skin and are sticking out.
Okay. State's Exhibit E9. And can you tell us what we are looking at there, and if you want to step away again?
This is the pseudo-stippling I was talking about. So all the red marks are the abrasions, and what's got white in the center are the tiny little pieces of wood that are sticking into the wounds and into his head. So there's some wood in his hairline here too, but definitely across his forehead.
Okay. And Dr. Lohman, while you were there, and just for clarification purposes, there also appears to be a little bit of white near his eye on the upper part of
Yes.
the right eye. Can you tell us what that is?
After you die, and if you're dying in an area that's open to the environment, certain flies smell death, and they will land on your body and they will lay eggs. And the eggs look like sawdust, sometimes yellow, sometimes white. And where he was laying, although it was inside, it must have had access to flies. So flies found his body because they smelled the decomposition, and they laid some eggs on his face.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit E11. Can you tell us what that is?
So this is a piece of clothing, I believe this is his brown sweatshirt, hooded sweatshirt, and that's a bullet that fell out when we were moving the sweatshirt.
Okay. And then E12, I believe is just a close-up of the same.
Yes, so you can see that the bullet has some gray color, so it's a lead bullet, and then it has a jacket that has a covering that looks copper, has a copper color.
Okay, you can have a seat. I'm going to first hand you what I have marked as State's Exhibit E234, and if you could, first of all, look at that and tell me if you recognize that.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that as?
This is a coin envelope that we have at the office. When we're collecting evidence, we put the evidence in the envelope and seal it, and we put a barcode of the case and the person that evidence belongs to. You can see the barcode. And then one of my more techs writes on the bottom what should be in the envelope. So it says facial hair and his case number on it. And this has Christopher Sr.'s name and barcode.
And that was something that you would have collected from Christopher Rhoden Sr. on
Yes.
the day that you conducted the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you two packets now, E235 and E236, if you can tell us what those are.
These are the fingernails that we trimmed from the left hand and the right hand of Christopher Rhoden. I mentioned earlier DNA or tissue underneath the nail. We always collect it on homicide cases, just in case there was a fight and maybe somebody else's DNA would be under his nail. So we've collected those and sealed them in the envelopes.
Okay, and can you tell us which one is which? E235, is that from the left hand?
235 is the left, and 236 is the right nails.
Okay. And again, you recognize those as items that you collected from the body of Christopher Rhoden Sr. on April 25th of 2016?
Yes.
Okay. And additionally, E238.
This is the clippers that we use to cut the nails. Sometimes there may be evidence on the ends of the clippers as well, so we keep those as well as the fingernails.
And then E239. Sorry.
That's all right. This is more hair that was collected from Christopher Rhoden.
Okay. And is that a standard hair sample that you collect?
Yes.
Okay. And then handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit E240, if you can indicate to us what that is.
E240 are fingerprints that we collected. We collect all 10 fingerprints on an individual who's a victim of a homicide. So we have cards for each hand, and we put it in an envelope, and it's got our label on it with Chris Rhoden Sr.'s name and number on it, and it has BCI written on it, so we gave it to BCI.
And then E241.
This is what they call an FTA card or a DNA card. On every individual that comes through our office, we take blood spots for potential DNA if needed. If a blood spot is at a scene and you want to compare it to the deceased individual, we have this card that they can do that.
And then E242, if you need to move stuff around so you can look and see.
So this is a plastic bullet box that we usually put bullets in that we collect. This has Christopher Rhoden Sr.'s number on it, or name and a barcode. It has a number 2. We probably number each one of the bullet boxes so we keep track of how many there are. On the side here, it has his case number, and it says the words bullets in shirts. So the bullets that we collected from his shirts that fell out of his shirts, we put in the same box. And you can barely see it, but they're wrapped in plastic. You see there's one bullet there and one bullet over here. So these are the bullets we pulled from his clothes when we took his clothes off.
Okay, in that photograph that we just saw.
That's one of the bullets that's in here, yes.
Okay, and if you could go ahead and open that up if you're able, and if you need this or not.
Judge, we'll stipulate.
Sorry.
We'll stipulate that those are the bullets recovered.
Okay.
So what's the stipulation? That those,
That the items in Exhibit 242 are actually the bullets recovered during the autopsy as described.
From the shirt
From the shirt.
in the body bag. Okay.
all right, the jury will accept that stipulation as fact, as if it had been evidenced by testimony here in the court.
Oh,
Thank you.
it's camouflaged.
Very well sealed.
Judge, to be clear, we are willing to stipulate to these physical exhibits that were recovered or produced during the autopsy. If the state's willing to accept our stipulation.
Well, I'm not sure whether it's quicker to do a stipulation than it is just to have the doctor testify to them. If you can do it either way, but we just have to make sure if it's stipulated that we have a stipulation stated on the record so we know what it is. But if you wish to just have the doctor identify it, then that's...
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna have her open up except for one, so. Canning knew what's been marked as State's Exhibit E251. And again, if you can just let us know what that item is.
This is his underwear or his boxers that we removed from his body.
Okay. E252.
These are the brown paper bags that were on his hands originally. We kept them just in case someone wanted to look for evidence on them, so we put them in their separate evidence bag.
Doctor, I'm going to ask you to put some gloves on, if you don't mind. I think there's some there. You to step over here and remove the brown sweatshirt that is in State's Exhibit E253 and tell me if you recognize it.
Judge, we'll stipulate to this item.
Your Honor, I would like her to show that there's some holes in them that are consistent with the holes that her
I'll permit you to continue the question.
This is the sweatshirt that Christine was wearing.
And if you could tell us where you observed holes on that, and if you observed holes at the time of the autopsy.
I did observe holes at the time of the autopsy. You can see a hole right here. That's in the chest area. There's a hole right here. I don't know if you can see it. That's his abdomen. This is his left sleeve that did not have anything on it. His right sleeve has a hole on the front. See it right there? And then this is that, the same sleeve. So the bullet entered on one side and exited on the other. There is a hole in his back right side. And I believe that's it for the holes.
Okay. And then also in his hood,
Yes.
were there some holes?
Yes, there's a hole right here. And then, I think that's it. One more?
Let's see it in the photographs as well. Appears to be also saturated with blood on the back,
Yes.
especially.
It's stiff with blood.
Go ahead and place that back in. And likewise, Doctor, I'm going to open up what's been marked as State's Exhibit E 254. And ask you to remove this item and do the same thing.
Judge, we'll stipulate to this item.
Your Honor, again, I just want the jury to see the defects in the shirt.
Is she going to identify what that is?
What is that item?
This is the, I guess it's a green-gray appearing t-shirt. This is what was underneath the brown sweatshirt, hooded sweatshirt. Again, you can see a hole right there. And in this area that's dry, there's another hole right there. Again, one in the abdomen and one in the chest. I believe that's all for the holes because sleeves are short.
Okay. And again, is that consistent with the gunshot wounds that you observed on Christopher?
Yes.
Senior?
Yes.
And then as far as the E255, again, we don't need to remove those items, but if you could just tell us what those are.
These are his blue jeans. It's not clear if the belt is with the jeans, but these are his jeans.
Okay. And again, that would be an item that you collected from Chris Senior on
Yes.
August 25th,
Yes.
2016. And then I'm going to go ahead and open up this item, which is E256. And I'll just ask you to remove one of the items from that and indicate what those are.
These are the shoes that were on Chris's.
Thank you, Doctor. And again, last item, E259, I won't have you remove it, but can you tell us what this last item is, please?
These are his socks.
And those were collected from the body of Christopher Rhoden Sr.
Yes.
on May 25th, 2016. Okay, and again, for each of the items that you've just identified that were collected from the body of Christopher Rhoden Sr. on April 25th of 2016, did you provide each of those items to the BCI agent that was present for the autopsy?
On this day, I believe there was someone at the time with us, but when he returned to the office and we gave him the evidence at that time.
Okay, I apologize.
That's all right.
Your Honor, I don't know if we want to take a morning break. I'm about to transition to more detailed conversation about the injuries, or if you want me to keep going.
Well, if this is a meaningful breaking point, then we can take our break now.
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our 15-minute morning break at this time. I have 10 till approximately, so 5 after 11 will be the time we'll take back up. You're to be at the jury room on the first floor to be brought back up by court personnel. You know the rules. While you're on break, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning this case. Do not do any research concerning this case, either as to the facts or as to the law. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case, and have no contact with any participants in the case. Anything further from counsel for either side before we break?
No.
No, Your Honor.
All right, then we are in recess until 11:05. council ready for the jury now?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Bring them up, please. Resume, I should say, I guess, it's direct examination of Dr. Lemon.
Thank you, Your Honor. E41. Doctor, just going to show some of the articles that we collect, or that you collected on that day, just because we did not remove all the items from the bags, and also in some occasions the shirts and such are spread out a little more. So first of all, E41, are those the socks that you collected?
Yes.
In this case? Okay. And E43? Are those the shoes that you collected and showed to the jury?
Yes.
And E46?
Can you look at the back of that number?
46?
Yeah. Can you look at the back of it?
46. 40. 046.
Give me a second. Oh, I found it.
And those are just the bottom of the shoes that you collected from Christopher Rhoden?
Yes.
Okay. E47? Those are the boxers that you collected from Christopher Rhoden Sr.?
Yes.
And E48? That is the backside, and again, appears to be blood on the backside of that
Yes.
garment. E50? Those are the jeans that you collected from the body of Christopher Rhoden?
Yes.
Okay, and it appears the tag is affixed to that, and that you said that Pike County had already affixed to that garment before you collected it? Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. E53? again, is that the back of the jeans that you collected from Christopher Rhoden?
Yes,
And the blood there appears as you found it on that date?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And then E54? Those are the brown paper bags that covered the hands of Christopher Rhoden?
yes,
Okay. E55? Again, that's a sweatshirt that you removed and showed the holes to the jury, correct?
yes,
E57? And again, this is focused on the hole that's in the front part of the right arm sleeve of that thing that you also showed the jury, correct?
yes,
Okay. E58? Again, is just a close-up of that hole in the chest of the brown sweatshirt that you showed to the jury, correct?
Yep, there's one above, underneath the word family, and then there's one above the label.
Right above the label, okay. And then E64? This is the hood of that same garment, and are you able to see that hole that you demonstrated to the jury?
Yes,
And then E66? And that is a picture of the back of the sweatshirt that you removed from Christopher Rhoden, Sr. on April 25th of
Yes.
2016. Okay. E74? Again, that's a back view of that same sweatshirt, and you're able to see, appears to be maybe 2 holes in that hood. Is that correct?
yeah, there could, yes,
Okay, one immediately above the label and then one kind of to the,
right along the hemline there of the bottom of the hood.
okay, thank you. E76. And this is that kind of greenish colored t-shirt that you just removed from the bag and testified to that was worn underneath that brown sweatshirt by Christopher Rhoden that you recovered from his body that date.
Yes,
Okay. And then E77. Again, just focuses on those 2 holes that you found in that garment, correct?
yes,
Okay. And then E. 82. And are you able to see a hole in the back of that garment as well, that t-shirt?
yes.
Okay. Okay, doctor. I'd like to now turn your attention to the actual gunshot wounds that you located on the body of Christopher Rhoden Sr. when you conducted your autopsy examination of him. And I believe you indicated that the initial injuries that you noted were some gunshot wounds to the head, obviously to the torso, and then to that arm. When you are doing your diagrams and stuff, can you tell us how you do that? Like, how do you proceed? Where do you start on the body? How do you decide where to start, et cetera?
I start on things other than the wounds. So I would start on my diagrams. I diagram the hair color, the eye color, any scars that somebody has, any tattoos, any medical treatment that the person received. If they have an intravenous line in an arm or somebody put a tube down their throat, I document that on one diagram. And then the next diagram, I start with injuries. Usually in general, I start from the head and go to the feet. I go right to left. And so these are random numbers, and they don't indicate anything about the order in which somebody was shot. So they're just random numbers. So the bullet essentially closest to the top of the head would be number 1. And then if he was shot in the foot, that would be the last number.
Okay. So not necessarily the order that you believe they were shot, but just as they appear on the body as you work your way from top to bottom.
That's correct.
Okay. And do you also, while you're doing this examination, try to determine whether the injuries you are seeing represent entrance or exit wounds?
Yes.
And do you also attempt to determine the path a particular bullet traveled in the body?
Yes.
Okay. And how are you able to do that, or how do you try to do that?
Of course, if somebody is shot once and there's no bullet in the body, you know, if you find an entrance wound, the other hole has to be the exit wound. But if you have somebody that's shot multiple times, you do your best. You find an entrance wound, and then if the head is not so damaged, like if they're shot in the head and the head is not so damaged, you can usually follow the path where it comes through the skin and the kind of general direction it goes through the head. And you can identify whether a bullet is at the other end of that or there's a hole where the bullet exited. So you do that with the body as well. You find what looks like an entrance, and then you open it up and you look and see where does it seem to be where this bullet is going, and you see what it passes through, and then you see where it ends up. If there's a hole there, then the bullet exited. If there is a bullet there, then you know the bullet stayed in the body. So you do your best to try to follow the blood trail, essentially, that's in a body, because the bullet damages everything it goes through. So you try to follow the blood trail as it goes through the body.
Okay. And when you were examining Christopher Rhoden, Sr., did you notice, how many injuries to the face did you notice, or to the head?
6.
Okay. And were those injuries that you noticed, were those all entrance wounds?
The ones on the front of his face are all entrance wounds.
Okay. I know that it is E152.
Objection, can we approach Judge?
Yeah.
Just reminding me again, you mentioned none of the photos today would be colorful. Thank you. I said E 152. Okay, first of all, can you tell us what we are looking at? What angle that is taken at?
This picture's upside down, but what we're looking at is the right side of Christopher Sr.'s face. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 holes.
Okay, and doctor, if you don't mind stepping away and being careful not to touch the TV or breathe near it, and could you just demonstrate where those 6 injuries that you spoke of are?
So here's number 1. There's number 2 by the corner of his nose. Here's number 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay. And you indicated that each one of those you believe to be entrance wounds, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us what makes you reach that conclusion?
All of them have that abrasion color they talked about early on. This is one that you can really see. So you'll see the black is the hole, and you see the pink around the edge is the abrasion that occurs when the bullet is going through the skin, twists off a little bit of the skin around the edge of that hole, and that indicates an entrance. So all of them have that, but this one is most visible from a distance.
Okay. And regarding, you indicated where on that, in that picture is gunshot number 1, as you describe it in your report?
One at the top, which is on his cheek.
Okay. And you indicated that you considered that to be intermediate distance. Again, can you remind them what that means as far as how far away the shooter would have been, or the muzzle of the
So
gun?
the things coming out the end of the gun are the powder and the burned and unburned gunpowder, smoke and soot. And so if you look at this wound, you see there's a gray circle around the wound. That is the soot or the gunpowder that's actually striking the skin. There are tiny little red dots around his forehead and a little bit on his cheek. It's not so visible here, but that's the gunshot powder polka dotting his face and scratching his face. So this isn't a contact wound where you see a burn from the muzzle touching the skin. This is maybe an inch to maybe about 3 feet away from the face. And things coming out of the end of the muzzle are striking his skin and staying on his skin. So that tells me this is intermediate.
Okay. And then regarding 2, 3, 4, and 5, which I believe you said the first 2 starts by his nose,
Yes,
and then 3, 4, and 5.
yes.
You described those as loose contact. You had single loose contact. Can you tell us what loose contact means?
So the gun is extremely close to the skin, but it's not touching the skin. So there's enough space that that soot, that gunpowder, can squeeze out the end of the bullet, end of the gun, and touch the skin. So you get a very narrow ring of gunpowder around the wound. So you can see on this, there's gray on one side. There's gray around this wound. You can see there's some gray on this wound. This wound has some gray that's off to the side. So all those suggest to me that those are loose contact, so very, very close to the skin, but not directly touching the skin.
Okay. And then regarding the 6th gunshot wound to the face, you indicated also that that is loose loose contact. So again, same thing, what do you see there that leads you to believe that?
You can see it, I've shaved his beard around the wound, but there is like a black-gray color in the abrasion that's around the entrance wound, and that's that soot right around the wound itself, not creating a big circle like this one. So that tells me that it's also very close.
Okay. And doctor, were you able to determine regarding gunshot wound, the one up there on the cheek, what path that traveled?
Yes.
And what path did it travel?
So that is striking his right side of his cheek. It exited behind his right ear. It came out of his head. So if you push the ear back, there is a hole behind his ear where the bullet came out.
Okay. So right to left
Yes.
and front to back and slightly upward. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then regarding gunshot wounds 2, well, I guess we'll start with that one, the one that is closest to the nose.
Yes.
Can you tell us what path that took?
That one went, let me see. That, he was shot on the right, and it actually went across the face to the back of his head on the left side. So this is number 2 in. There's a bullet in the skull right here where it ended.
Okay. And then gunshot wound 3.
That did the same thing. That's a little lower on his upper lip. Also, there's a second bullet that's ended up back here.
Okay. And those are bullets that you actually recovered,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And then gunshot wound number 4.
Number 4, actually, that's 1, 2, 3. That's this one.
Oh, sorry.
That's
Yep.
all right. That's this one.
Yep.
That one had a downward trajectory and ended up in his spine. So it went from here, it went backwards into his spine. So right where the spine is attached to the bottom of the skull is where it ended. So it actually cut off his spine from his skull. His skull is essentially loose and not attached to his neck anymore. So it made that damage, and then the bullet was found in the top of his spine.
And doctor, do you, is that often referred to as an internal decapitation?
Yes,
Okay, because of that severing?
yes.
Okay. And then gunshot wound number 5.
Number 5, which is this one, did go across the head, similar to the 2 and 3, but it actually exited behind the left ear. So it went from here and exited behind the ear.
Excuse me. And then gunshot wound number 6. Can you tell us the path that took?
That bullet went downward. And so if you imagine his chin is up like this, it actually went under the skin, across his neck, and was found in his back. So it was all under the skin, across his neck, across the top, front of his shoulder, and ended up in his back here. And we recovered that bullet.
Okay. And that was the bullet that we saw on the x-ray,
Yes.
correct? That you said you couldn't tell from the x-ray, but that it was in fact in his back.
Yes.
In that shoulder area. Okay. And doctor, specifically regarding the 2, 3, 4, and 5 gunshot injuries that you see there, basically starting in his nose and ending below his mouth on his face. Would you agree with me that that's kind of a linear pattern?
Yes.
Okay. And in your opinion, would that be consistent with somebody standing over Chris while he's laying on the floor and firing successive shots?
That's possible, yes.
Okay. And why do you say that it's possible?
If the victim was moving, you wouldn't have wounds so close together and in a line. So it is consistent with somebody who's already down, not moving, and someone doesn't have to move the gun that much to follow a body that's moving, and they can just shoot into the face with the victim not moving and their hand not moving. And the hand, it's very difficult to shoot two bullets in one hole, so there is a little movement with the hand and the gun, but it's very consistent with being shot in a very close period of time in the same area.
Okay. If you want to put that down. And go to the diagrams. For goodness, obviously. And Doctor, I believe you already testified that this, you identified that document as the diagram that you prepared when you conducted the autopsy of Chris Rhoden Sr. And again, this is something you're doing kind of contemporaneously with, at the same time as your
Yes.
autopsy,
Yes.
and you're making the notes that you then use later to go back.
Yes.
And have you indicated those injuries, 1 through 6, on that diagram? And if so, can you show us
Yes.
where?
So this is number 1, and I usually write off to the side here, gunshot wound entrance number 1. And all the writing down here is me describing the size of the hole, the size of the soot, whether it's got an abrasion collar around it, and I usually then measure it in 3 different dimensions. So if I find an exit that matches it, then I can compare the two and say, oh, this one went front to back, it went left to right, it went up to down. I can tell you the direction that the gunshot went through the body. So this is number 1. And 2, 3, 4, 5 are on this one below.
Can you scroll down?
There you go. So this is number 2 by the corner of the nose, entrance. Number 3, the corner of the mouth. Number 4, kind of on the chin. Around 5 on the lateral side of the face and chin. And then number 6 is under his right chin there.
Okay. And then do you also note the exit wounds on that?
Yes, and the bullets. There you go. So I called that upper picture with the soot, that was number 1. And here is where it exits, behind the left ear, and I've got L for left. Left ear, that's where the bullet exits. Here's a kind of representation of where bullets 2 and 3 are in the left back of the head. 4 is a kind of representation of being in the spine. It's kind of down at that level. Number 5 is upward, behind the other way. Behind the left ear, that's where number 5 exits.
Okay.
And number 6 underneath the chin that went to his left back is in a second diagram.
And that should be,
There you go. So this is where number 6 ended up, and we pulled the bullet out of there.
okay. And did you have to take, what measures did you have to take to remove that?
Based on the x-ray, you had a general idea of where it was, and I could actually feel it underneath his skin. So I drew a circle around it and took a picture of where the bullet was, and then I cut through the skin to get the bullet.
Okay. Sorry. if you go back to that first diagram. The exit right, well, no, go down, sorry. Okay. Yes. So there's, yep, that one. That is the exit of gunshot wound number 1?
Yes.
Okay. And can you switch to E190? And can you tell us what we are seeing in that picture?
This is the back of the left ear. The hole where the bullet exited is closest to the label, and then the bullet kind of grazed the skin as it exited that hole and came out the side of the ear. So the ear faces this way, So the hole came out at the base of it and then scratched the skin and then came out going that way.
Okay. So the injuries there were caused by the bullet and not by anything you did?
That's correct.
Is that correct? Okay. And then also on that same photograph, you see another shaved area, it appears.
Yes.
And can you move the pointer away from there so that's clear? Thank you. Can you tell us what injury we are seeing there?
This is the exit of number 5, which is the wound, the farthest wound down here. So number 5, sorry, it's on the right, and then it exits behind the left ear, and that's what we're seeing as the wound where the bullet exited for number 5.
Okay. Showing E98.
98.
Yes. Can you tell us what we are looking at there?
So this is Chris Sr.'s back. Remember I talked about liver and the settling of blood? That's what this red is here. The blood is settled. There's a tiny little bruise right there. And if you feel it, that's where that bullet was that came from underneath the chin on the right side. So the bullet went in underneath his chin, across his neck back muscle, and ended up underneath the skin. On that, it looks darker on that one. But it's a dark purple bruise and the bullet is underneath.
Okay. And then E119.
So that's that bruise, and I circled it with a Sharpie marker because I could feel the bullet underneath there.
Okay. And then E120.
And this is the bullet I pulled out. This is a red polymer plug that before the gun is shot, there's a little plug that sits at the very tip of the bullet. And in this particular ammunition, many times you can find that plug in the wound itself. And in this case, it was still in the wound, in front of the bullet in that area right there.
Okay. And was that consistent with other bullets and projectile you recovered from within the body of Chris Rhoden Sr.
Yes.
on that date? Okay.
Yes.
That same kind of red polymer plastic piece down the center?
Yeah.
Okay. And State's Exhibit E121.
So So this is the bullet we pulled out of his left back, and that's that little plug. The little red thing next to it is the plug.
Okay. And E122.
And that's a closer shot.
Okay. Okay, you can have a seat. Just for purposes of identification, E95. Is that the scar that you observed on Chris Rhoden that you indicated a significant surgery?
Yeah, this here.
And where is that located on his body? It's a little hard
It's
to.
right here.
Okay. And was that also consistent with, I believe you said, the staples that we were able to see on the X-ray was in that same area?
Yes, they're underneath the skin. You can't see it here, but when we looked at the X-ray, you could see that little group of staples right under the skin.
Okay. And regarding E138, I believe you testified that that was, again, an exit wound.
That's the exit wound for number 5, which is the one that's right there.
Okay. And did you also recover projectile from that area, or the red plastic?
Yeah, we found that little plug in the wound itself, not a bullet, but the plug. So the bullet exited, but left that little plug, plastic red piece behind.
Okay. And E143? Can you, I'm sorry, step away and show us exactly where that was located?
You see the red right here, that's the plug.
Okay. And then E144. And what does that represent?
That's the plug that we removed from that wound.
Okay. And then E146. Can you tell us what we're seeing there? And again, it's a little hard to see with the,
This is before I shaved his chin, but that's the gunshot wound number 6. That's 6, that's underneath his chin right there. And that's the bullet that went back and we got from his back on the left side.
and E84. Again, what is that a photo of?
That is the wood pseudo-stippling. That's the wood fragments that are sticking into the wounds on his forehead. You see the light brown, white in some of the wounds, and so that little piece of wood is sticking out of the skin.
And do you have an opinion as to how that injury would have been received?
Yeah.
And what is that opinion?
If something wood or whatever made up these projectiles flew at his head in a high velocity, they would stick in his head. So if he was shot near something that was wood and the wood broke up and could strike him in the face and stick in his skin there.
Okay. And is that something that you also noted on those diagrams?
Yes,
The wood stippling there?
yes.
Okay. And turning your attention then, you indicated you moved down the body. Where did you locate gunshot number 7?
7 was in the right chest.
Okay. And upon further examination, could you tell the path of that
Yes.
bullet? And can you tell us what that was?
Yeah, so that went through some ribs on the front of his chest here. It actually went through his heart. Behind his heart is the aorta, the largest artery in the body. It poked a hole in the aorta. Actually injured his esophagus, which is the tube that takes food from your mouth to your stomach, injured the esophagus. Actually scratched the side of one of the spine vertebrae, the thoracic, which is the upper chest vertebrae, and exited between some ribs and stopped in between the skin surface and the ribs.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not that injury would have been fatal in and of itself
Yes,
without
Yes.
any of the other injuries?
yes.
Okay. E38. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
The black is dried blood. The hole is right here on the right side of his chest. It's right above the label. You can see there's a little circular hole right there. This is before we washed the body, so it's hard to see with the blood on, but that's where the right chest hole is.
Okay, E37.
Yeah, so this is closer, and you can see there's a black hole right there. That's the hole on the right chest.
Okay. And doctor, did you form an opinion as to the distance regarding that gunshot wound?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
I called this also loose contact.
Okay, and tell us why, what made you reach that conclusion?
On the front of the sweatshirt, I don't know if anybody could see it when I was holding it up here, there was a rim around that hole of soot. So, in my opinion, somebody held a gun close to his chest with his clothes still on. That soot, instead of touching the skin, actually got stuck on the clothes. And so that's why it's always good to look at the clothes before you take them off the body. That gives you an idea of distance as well. So in this case, I called it loose contact because that soot was able to escape the muzzle and get on the clothes.
Okay. And was there an exit wound for that particular injury?
No,
Okay. And did you recover any bullets or fragments from that injury?
yes.
Okay, and where did you recover those from?
That was found left lower back. So in this area here.
Okay. E98. And again, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is Chris's back. This is the bullet that we found from underneath his chin, that bruise that's on the posterior left shoulder there. There is a faint purple contusion right there. which is where this bullet number 7 that went through his heart ended up right underneath the skin right there.
Okay. And you did the same thing with that injury as you had done with the prior one, correct?
Yes.
As far as drawing a circle around it and then excising it?
Yes.
Sorry, trying to find out. E124. And is that,
I think that's, yes, I think that's the bullet from his left lower back.
okay. And then E125. Just a close-up of that.
That's a, yeah, picture of the bullet, yep.
Okay. All right. Gunshot wound number 8. If you can tell us what that gunshot wound was.
That was a gunshot wound to his left abdomen.
And I believe we saw the corresponding holes in the sweatshirt and the t-shirt for that as well,
Yes.
correct? E39.
So this is a scar that he has along his abdomen here. You can see it's a little pink. Then right next to this pink area, above the label is the black dot, and that's the gunshot wound on the left side.
Okay, and the label appears to be just above the belly button too, is that correct? There,
Yes, I think so.
okay. E40.
And that's a close-up shot of it.
Okay. And were you able to determine, or did you determine a distance that you believe that to have been fired from?
This one I called indeterminate. I didn't see any soot, I didn't see any stippling, I didn't see any contact burning. So it was a distant shot.
Okay. And basically farther than 3 feet-ish?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to determine the path of
Yes.
that? And can you tell us what that was?
That went through his skin, went through his liver, some of his large intestines, some of his small intestines. Actually did injure the right kidney, and went through some muscle and ended up underneath the skin like the previous gunshot wound.
Okay. And E102.
So this purple mark is a little bit of green decomposition, but also blood. And this is the location of where the bullet ended up.
Okay. E115. And can you tell us what we're looking at there?
So this is that bruise, and here's the hole.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a hole there where, that must have been when we pulled the bullet out.
Okay. And 116, I believe, also demonstrates that.
Yeah.
So same hole that we're looking at with the bullet fragment in there.
It may be right here. There may be a little piece of copper on the bottom left of the wound, kind of like at number 6, maybe at 7 o'clock. There's possibly a little piece of copper.
Okay. And do you have an opinion, doctor, as to whether that gunshot wound would have been fatal?
I believe it would have eventually been fatal. It's not instantaneous. But if you hit the intestines and put holes in the intestines, that causes sepsis. If you damage the liver bad enough, it can't be replaced. You can't really live without a liver. His kidneys were not damaged so bad, but I think eventually if he hadn't received excellent treatment, he might have died within a couple days.
Okay. And doctor, do you have an opinion, I should ask that to you, of all of the injuries, of the gunshot wounds to the head? Were there any that you felt would have also been fatal just in and of themselves?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
I think 1 through 5 would likely have been instantaneously lethal. The one under his chin that traveled to his back damaged some tissue, damaged a vessel in his neck called the carotid artery. If he received a quick treatment, he might have survived that. But all of them are pretty serious injuries.
And just E194, this is just a clearer picture of that chest wound. You indicated you later cleaned him up and were able to visualize that
Yes.
better. And that is, again, just above the paper there. And have you also shaved him there?
Yes.
Okay. And then same with 198. This is the stomach wound, again, I believe cleaned up, and it appears to have been shaven. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And doctor, there was a final gunshot wound that you documented, gunshot wound number 9. Can you tell us about that injury, please?
That was a gunshot wound through the right forearm. The arm was extensively shredded into pieces. You could visually see pieces of muscle and tendon, and the bone was broken into multiple pieces. We could see the bone on that x-ray that we saw early on, that the bone was, they call it comminuted, but in multiple pieces that might not have been able to be repaired.
Okay. And that was the one where you could see on the x-ray the multiple fractures
Yes.
as well?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And that effect that you called a snowstorm effect, where there's a lot of little tiny fragments left behind
Of the bullet, yes.
of the bullet? Yes. Okay. And were you able to determine a distance on that injury?
No.
Okay. So you refer to it as an indeterminate distance?
Yes.
So again, greater than 3 feet-ish?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to tell at all the direction, the path that injury took or bullet took?
Other than across the forearm, I couldn't tell you if it went from the inside to the outside or from the outside to the inside. I couldn't tell. There's just too much damage.
E20. And what are we looking at there?
So this was one of the initial pictures we took when we took his clothes off and were first looking at all of the injuries. But this is his right arm. This is the outside of his right arm. You could see that there's just a big skin tear. And some of this is subcutaneous fat, but a lot in the center is hemorrhage and muscle that are just torn to pieces.
Okay. E21.
Note our continuing objection to this.
I'm sorry.
Note our continuing objection to this.
Overruled.
So this is the inside of the arm, again showing red fatty tissue underneath the skin, red muscle. I believe this is a piece of the bone that's broken on this end and it's sitting there.
And E127.
Just another picture of the terrible damage. You can't even tell what's truly muscle and what's not. It's just all torn.
Okay. And doctor, this was, on your report, you also indicated that the x-ray was suggested of a high-powered injury.
Yes,
Okay, and you're specifically referring to a high-powered weapon?
yes,
Okay. And I believe you already testified, but that was different than the other bullets and other injuries that you found on Christopher Rhoden that day?
yes,
In injuries 1 through, or gunshot wounds 1 through 8?
yes.
Correct, okay. And did you also collect all of the projectiles and bullet fragments that you recovered from the body of Chris Sr.?
Yes.
Okay. It's been a little bit scrambled here, but. Okay. Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit E237. If you could just tell us if that, I believe bullet from the left lower ribs, I believe. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, this is our bullet box. We have our barcode with the Christopher Rhoden Sr.'s name on it. We number our own bullet boxes, and so there's a number 1 here, but on the side it does say left lower back / ribs. So this is the bullet we got from his left back.
Okay. And then, sorry,
That's all right?
E243. I believe it's a bullet with red plastic from the upper.
So this is his upper back, a bullet that we pulled from his upper back. There's a bullet and a little red plug, the polymer plug that came out the tip of the bullet that we recovered from the wound.
Okay. And E244.
This is a bullet labeled left posterior scalp. Actually, this is not a bullet, this is a little piece of the jacket that we saw in the wound behind the left ear. So we put it in its own bullet box.
Okay. And E245.
This is another bullet fragment. It's labeled behind left ear as well, or defect behind left ear. So I can't see what's in there, but it's another probably tiny piece of lead.
Okay. And maybe that, part of that red plastic that we saw.
Oh, that could be too, yes.
Okay. E246.
So this is labeled autopsy table. When we opened his head, remember we saw all those little white polka dots that were tiny little pieces of lead and probably jacket that broke off as the bullets went through his head. When we opened his head, some of them fell out, so we collected all of them and put them in a bullet casing,
Okay.
bullet container.
8.
This is a bullet labeled left head, so there were 2 bullets that were in the back of his head there, so this is one of them.
E249.
This is the other bullet that was recovered on the left side of his head.
And then E250. Lots of left heads.
This looks like a bullet. It doesn't have writing on the side, or the writing's covered. But this is a bullet. As well. But the writing on the side is covered by the label, so I can't tell you exactly where that one came from.
Okay. You can peel that up if you.
So it says left head. So it may, I say head, but it may be the one that we got in his spine.
Okay. And then E261. And again, if you need to manipulate that at all.
This says fragments in the brain. So again, as I'm dissecting through the brain, we see tiny little pieces of metal from the bullets that broke off. Instead of leaving them there, I collect them and we put them in this container.
Okay. And Doctor, again, all of those items that you collected from within the body, and I think some items fell on the floor, but from the body of Christopher Rhoden, you collected those and then turned them over to a representative from BCI, is that correct?
Yes.
And you also took other photographs that day of the condition of the hands of Christopher Rhoden, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that something you traditionally do when you have a homicide case or?
Yes, we take pictures to see if there's trauma, also to see if maybe the fingers are chipped or torn, which could indicate a fight. So we take pictures front and back, and sometimes of the nails specifically in the fingers.
Okay. E178. And is that a photograph of one of the hands of
Yes,
Chris?
that's his, Christopher's right hand.
Okay.
It has not been cleaned, so it's got dried blood on it.
Okay. And then 180? 180.
That's his left hand, I believe.
The
Or is that the right hand
I
showing the
believe it's the right
palm?
hand and showing the palm instead of
Okay.
the back. Okay. E181.
That's the back of the left hand.
Okay. And then 182.
That's the palm of the left hand.
Okay. And then just showing you some pictures of the items that you had collected, that you testified to. For instance, the E244 you indicated was removed from the left scalp, E3 or E200. And is that just a picture of what would be in that
Yeah,
box?
we saw, I talked about it in the bullet boxes, but yeah, that was sitting in the open wound on the back of the head.
Okay. And then item 8. I'm sorry, 201, E201, I'm sorry. And this was E248, again, recovered from the left side of the head,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And that would have been in that box that
Yep.
we identified. Okay, and number E202, again, this was box 9, your box 9, which was E249, bullet and fragment from the left side of the head,
Yeah, and the red polymer plug.
and the red polymer plug. And E220. And again, this is your box 10 and E250.
E what?
220. You have to E220?
It's not a picture of it.
Oh, 222. Okay. So this is a photograph, I'm sorry, E220, which represents physical evidence E250, again, just a box that you ultimately collected of these items recovered from the left head, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Doctor, you also did, after examining all of these injuries that, you know, were in, on, and about the body of Christopher Rhoden, I believe you already indicated you documented scars and any other markings contained on his body. Did you also do a general examination of just the rest of his body?
Yes.
So you examine the, you do an internal examination where you observe the heart and the neck and the
All the organs.
stomach cavity, yes.
Yes.
Okay, and other than noticing evidence of decomposition, did you notice anything remarkable doing that, or in addition to any of the other things you've already described to us?
No.
Okay, and did you ultimately, well, I guess I should ask a further question, did you also get a toxicology on Christopher Rhoden Sr.?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell us what did that toxicology show?
It showed that he had caffeine in his system.
Okay, and is that the only substance that he tested positive for?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically you test him for amphetamines, and my copy is not nearly as clear as probably yours is, but methamphetamines, cocaine, oxycodone, marijuana, I guess you call it cannabis, any antidepressants, etc. So it's a pretty exhaustive panel.
Yes.
And I believe you indicated that you were also trying to determine if any of the individuals had been drugged.
Yes.
Correct, okay, so you kind of did a more extensive or thorough panel.
Yes.
Okay. And there is, I believe, initially, there is an indication that there is benzodiazepine
Yes.
positive for that. But then upon further testing, it says none detected. If you could just explain to the jurors why they see that, they will see that.
Yeah, the screening test for drugs is made for live people. And it works for people who are dead but not dead that long. So sometimes the panel cross-reacts with decomposed blood. So the benzodiazepines that ended up initially being positive is because of the chemicals that are in the blood that are decomposing. So it was a false positive. And so when we searched for it, looking to see what benzodiazepine he had, he didn't have any. So it was a false positive because of him being decomposed. That also happens with amphetamines. Sometimes amphetamines comes up positive as a screen, and then when we look for it, it's not there. And it's usually in people that are decomposed.
Okay. And doctor, after having received the results of the toxicology, which I believe you indicated you need to wait to get that before you're able to form an official opinion as
Yes.
to the cause of death. Did you, in fact, form an opinion as to the cause of death of Christopher Rhoden Sr.?
Yes.
And can you tell us what that is?
Multiple gunshot wounds to the head and torso.
And doctor, I know I asked you if gunshot wounds numbers 1 through 8 would have been fatal in and of themselves, and that was specifically the injuries to the face and head and the torso and the abdomen, or the chest and the abdomen. Would the gunshot to his arm, would that have incapacitated him or severed any spinal cords or anything like that, or was that just an injury to his arm?
It was an injury to his arm that damaged the blood vessels that go to the end of the fingers, so it's potentially lethal in that he might bleed to death from the trauma that happened to his arm.
Okay. But
So not instantaneously.
okay. He would be able to move around after, if that was the first shot that he received, would he still be able to move around
Oh, yes,
having received that?
yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I am not done with this witness because we still have Gary Rhoden to go through, but it is almost 12:30, so this might be a good time to break for lunch, if anyone.
I assume there's no objections.
No objection.
We're going to recess until 1:30, ladies and gentlemen, for lunch. At 1:30, you're to assemble at the jury room to be brought up from the jury room by court personnel. While you are on break, you're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. You're not to permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. You're not to form or express an opinion concerning this case. You're not to do any research concerning this case, either as to the facts or as to the law. You're not to read, listen to, or view any reports or accounts of this case from any source whatsoever, and you are to have no contact with any participants in the trial, including, of course, parties, counsel, and witnesses. And so is there anything further from counsel for either side before we break for lunch?
No.
All right. We are then in recess until 1:30.
T-shirt, Your Honor, and I will show photographs of these items.
So the stipulation then is that, these items were all removed from the body of Gary Rhoden at the time of the autopsy. 157 was the bag?
The paper bags that
Bag
covered
covering
his
the
hands.
hands, the bags covering the hands. Sweatshirt is 158. The boxer underwear is 159. And the 160 is a T-shirt.
Correct, Your Honor.
That's correct.
The jury is instructed to find pursuant to that stipulation that those facts have been established as fully as if they had been testified to here in court.
Thank you, Your Honor. F9, please. And can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Those are Gary's socks.
Okay. And F11.
Those are his shoes.
The ones you just showed the jury.
Yes.
F12. And
It's
what
the
is
bottom
that?
of his shoes.
Okay. And F14. And what is that?
That's the change we found in his pocket.
Okay, along with that $10 bill you
Yes.
showed us. Okay. And F15.
Those are the top half of his jeans with the belt. And he has a tag on the belt with his name on it.
Okay. And the front of those appear to be dirty. Is that correct?
Yes, that's dirt and soil.
Okay. And then F19.
It's the back side of his pants.
Okay. And there is a stain at the very top, just below the belt and above the pockets. And can you tell us what that is? Sorry. Picture this.
In the middle or on the
At the top, there.
I think that's blood.
Okay.
That's blood along his waistline.
And F16.
That's the tag that was on his belt.
Okay. F21.
Those are his boxer shorts.
Okay. And F22.
That may be the back boxer shorts because it has the same blood stain around his waistline.
F23.
That's a T-shirt that he was wearing under that sweatshirt.
And then F24.
That is the back of the T-shirt
Okay. And it appears to be fairly saturated with blood.
with blood, yeah.
F25.
That's the sweatshirt that he was wearing.
F29.
I believe that's a hat.
Okay.
It's a black knit hat.
Okay, is that part of the sweatshirt there? The hood of that sweatshirt?
Oh, maybe it is, yes.
Okay. And do you notice any defects in that?
Yes,
What do you
there are
notice?
2 holes.
Okay.
One below that white label and one on the top edge.
Okay. F34.
That's the brown paper bag that was on his right hand.
Okay, and F-35.
That's the bag that was on his left hand.
Okay. And again, I believe you already stated this, but you collected those and then ultimately turned those all over to BCI, correct?
Yes.
All right. And did you also take x-rays of Mr. Rhoden, of Gary Rhoden, before beginning your examination?
Yes.
1415A. This is State's Exhibit F-141.
So this is a picture of Gary's head. We're looking at the side of his head. This is his jaw, and this is his orbit. You can see big spaces here. These are fractures of his skull. And you see a very radiopaque object here. That's a bullet that's in one side of his face. You see there's a lot of tiny little metal fragments in the head, in the brain, in the soft tissue. That's from the paths of the bullets where the bullet breaks little bits of it off.
Okay. And then B, F-142. Oh, I think that was it.
Was it C?
Yeah, no, B, yeah. Well, they're both very similar, so what do you have up there?
FCM.
C up is F-143. Okay, can you tell us what we are looking at there?
So this is looking at the skull from the front. You have one eye socket here, one socket here, the nose is in the center. Here's his jaw. He doesn't have any teeth, so you don't see any teeth sitting there. There is a bullet right here. You can see it's kind of outside of the skull, kind of in the soft tissue that's sitting there, and there's a lot of little metallic fragments that came off some of the bullets.
Okay, and you also are able to visualize the skull fractures,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay. And F-141, which is, wait, we already did that one. Ignore me, we already did that one. Okay, you can have a seat, thank you. Did you do x-rays of any other part of Gary Rhoden's body?
I don't think so, because we x-rayed what was obviously damaged, and he didn't have any other significant injuries that would make us think that there's bullets or something to evidence to recollect.
Okay, so can you tell us upon your preliminary examination, what injuries did you observe to Gary Rhoden?
You observed 3 gunshot wounds to the head.
Okay, and were you able to visualize both entrance and exit wounds for those 3 gunshot wounds?
There was only one exit that we could see. There were, I'm sorry, there are 3 exit wounds. There's 3 exit wounds.
Okay, how many exit wounds were on the face?
There was 1.
Okay, and then where were the other exit wounds?
There was an exit wound on the right side of his face on his temple area, and there's a bullet exit wound behind his ear.
Okay. So once again, did you number the gunshot wounds according to how they appeared on the body, as opposed to any belief on your part of the order that he received those injuries?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you also attempt to discern whether or not each gunshot wound that you observed had both an entrance and an exit?
I did attempt to see that, yes.
Okay. And did you also try to make a determination as far as the distance you believe the muzzle would have been from the body when
Yes.
the shots were fired? Okay. So let's start with gunshot number 1. First of all, can you tell us where the entrance was for that particular gunshot wound?
The entrance was on the back of his head, on the left back of his head.
Okay. And could you tell the path that traveled?
That traveled forward to the front of his left forehead and came out his left forehead.
Okay. And oops. We'll start with F89. So that is appears to be the back of the head of Gary Rhoden. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And at this point, again, it appears that there's been, some of the hair has been possibly shaven out of the way. Is that correct or
Maybe
not?
just smeared away from the hole. I don't think it's been shaved yet.
Okay, all right. Do you see the entrance wound in that photograph?
Yes.
And where would that be?
It's in the center of the back of his head to the right of that label.
Okay, the circular appearing
Yes.
wound? Okay. And if you don't mind stepping out and just showing that, just so we're all clear.
This is the entrance.
Okay. And so that is the entrance for gunshot wound number 1. And then you indicated that the exit was on the left forehead. Okay. F51. Can you minimize that for a second? Sorry. In regards to the entrance wound, how were you able to tell that that was an entrance wound?
That had abrasion collar around the hole itself, which tells me that that's where the bullet entered.
Okay. And were you able to determine a distance for that?
In this one, I called it indeterminate. I couldn't tell using the term indeterminate means it's distant or there's not any characteristics that tell me it's any closer.
Okay. Sorry. You can put F51 back up, please. And what are we looking at there?
So this is the exit defect. This is his forehead. This is his left eye. There's a circle here. There's a abrasion that's dried. It looks a little black along the top, but this is the exit defect.
Okay. And F82.
That's the same thing. We wiped it off and cleaned it up a little bit so that you can remove the dried blood and dirt.
Okay. And I'm going to go back to F90, back to the entrance. Now it's shaven.
Yes.
Okay. And again, is that the back of the head of Gary Rhoden?
Yes.
Okay. And
So-
are you still able to see the entrance?
Yes, the entrance is the circle.
Okay. And then just for purposes of orienting, F79. Focusing specifically on the top injury there. Again, is that the exit wound of gunshot, or the exit of gunshot wound number 1?
Yes.
Okay, we can minimize that. And Dr. Lohman, do you have an opinion if Gary had a hat on when he received that first gunshot wound through the back of his left parietal scalp, and exited from this temple, would it be consistent with having a hole in a ball cap that he had on and damage to the front bill of that cap as well?
Yes, that's possible. That's consistent.
Okay. If you want to have gloves, and then when you open this, just be careful because there are some projectiles there. Approaching you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit A, 519. Trying to see what the best way to use this is.
Yeah, once again, we'll stipulate to this item.
I would like her to observe certain parts of it, please.
All right.
Okay, we did it the right way. Okay, if you could just look and see if you see a hole in that cap and then damage to the front bill of that cap that would be consistent with the
Yes.
gunshot wound
Yes.
number 1. Okay. And if you could go ahead and describe what you're seeing.
So the back part of this hat is pushed a little bit to the side, but there is a hole, small little hole, next to that white ribbon. A very small little hole. And then that's, if I pull it straight, it's on the left side of the back of the head. And then here's the bill of the hat. It's got a hole, it's ripped off the hat, and it's got a hole right there. And this would also be on the left side of the head.
Thank you. What other gunshot wounds did you observe?
There is a gunshot wound to his left temple that I've named number 2, or called it number 2.
Okay. And so you noticed an entrance wound on the left temple, correct?
Yes.
And were you able to determine the distance of that?
I did.
And what was that?
I did call that contact.
Okay. Oh. State's Exhibit F80. Okay, and if you don't mind showing us where gunshot number 2 is located.
This is gunshot wound number 2. It's in his here. What is it called?
Hairline?
Hairline
No.
or sideburn? There you go. The sideburn. Sorry, it's in his sideburn, and it's black there.
Okay,
Black from contact and the searing from the gun touching his skin. There's also a area at the bottom, kind of along number 5 and 6, if you're looking at this like a clock. It's rectangular, and it possibly could be the part of the muzzle of the gun, leaving a mark on the skin as you press the gun to the skin. That's why I called it a contact.
okay. F83, I believe, may also demonstrate that kind of rectangular.
Yes, so we shaved the hair. You can see that it's black. And in this picture, at the 2 to maybe 4 o'clock margin is that roughly rectangular area that I wasn't sure if maybe was part of a muzzle stand, or
Okay.
the gun, end of the gun pushing into the skin.
Okay, and this is unlike what you had previously indicated as loose contact. This is actual contact.
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine an exit wound for that particular gunshot?
There are exit wounds, but I could not necessarily associate the bullet wound here to, there were 2 exit wounds. I couldn't tell which exit wound went to which bullet hole. His brain started to decompose, and so I couldn't follow the path.
Okay, we'll talk about the exit wounds here momentarily. Was there a third entrance wound that you found in the head of Gary Rhoden?
Yes.
And can you tell us where that one was located?
The third gunshot wound is along his jaw on the left side, right there.
Okay, F102. Can you tell us where that one is located? Or do you need this photograph? Or you know, you can.
I'm looking to see if I, okay, yeah. It's right here.
Okay.
This is gunshot wound number 3. So this is the exit of 1, entrance of 2, entrance of 3.
Okay. Is that 102? Is that 102? F103. And can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is a closer up of entrance number 3. You can see there's some black material around the outside, and then you can see polka dots all around, especially going forward. You know, he's laying sideways, so going up from the wound, there's brown polka dots. That's stippling. That's the gunshot powder striking the skin and leaving little marks. So he's got a little bit of the black soot and a little bit of stippling.
Okay, and then F105.
That's another look at the stippling. You could see a little bit of it went behind his ear.
Okay. And were you able to determine the distance that you believe that was fired from?
Yes.
And what was that?
Because there was soot and stippling, I call it intermediate.
Okay. And again, that's generally more than 3 inches away. Is that
Yes.
fair? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, you indicated that there were 2 different exit wounds, and but you were not able to discern, well, I guess I should ask you that. It's gunshot wound number 3, were you able to determine an exit wound for that?
There is an exit wound, but like number 2, I know there are 2 entrances and 2 exits, but I can't tell which exit goes with which entrance.
Okay. F121. What are we looking at there?
This is the exit, the second exit wound. It's behind the ear here.
Okay. And again, were you able to determine which entrance wound that belonged to?
No.
Okay. There's also some discoloration in changing of the skin color there, where it's pale and then not. Can you tell us why that is?
That is some decomposition changes.
Okay. E123.
So this is the wound behind the ear that it's the hair is shaved and it's a little more clean, so you can see it's a linear tear in the skin.
Okay. And again, some of that skin appears almost as if it's kind of sloughing off a little bit,
Yeah.
and that's just natural from
That's
decomposition.
decomposition. The skin, epidermis peels off pretty easily. So when we were cleaning that wound, some of it shifted. And so you can see this is some loose skin here.
Okay. And then F57. Can you tell us what we're looking? Oops. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
All right, this is the second exit defect. This is on the, I have to get my rights and lefts correct. This is the right side of the head in the area of the temple. So this is an exit wound that has a bullet still in it.
And again, were you able to determine where the entrance wound was for that particular exit wound? Okay, but it was either gunshot 2 or gunshot wound 3.
That's correct.
Okay. And then F97.
So this is the right side of Gary's face cleaned up. This is that second exit wound. You can see the little shine of the bullet. And these are some abrasions on his skin.
Okay. F99. And
This is another angle of the same thing. This is that exit wound that has the bullet in it. And this is an abrasion, and that's an abrasion. You can see that his skull has abnormal contour, and that's because the bones underneath the skin are broken, and so the head looks misshapen.
okay. And you indicated there were abrasions as well. I'm going to F96. Okay, there appears to be multiple, bruising and such. If you could just walk us through and tell us why
So
that is.
this is the abrasion we saw in the previous picture. This is another abrasion. You can see that he's got some bruising around his eyes. That's because the bony plates behind the eyes broke, and it bleeds. There's blood vessels in the bones and blood vessels behind the eyes, and when those bones break, it bleeds, and the bleeding comes out toward the skin. So it looks like someone got punched in the eye, but it's actually because of the trauma behind it. And so this is the exit for number 1 that's in his left forehead. And then you could just see that the contour of his head there is a little misshapen.
And again, that's because of the skull fractures caused by the bullet going through
Yes,
that area of his body.
yes.
Okay, you can minimize that. Did you collect that bullet that was left in the right side of Gary Rhoden's face?
Yes.
Okay. Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit F-145, if you can tell us what that is.
This is the bullet that was recovered from his head. I was just looking to see if there's anything else in the container, but I think it's just the bullet that we recovered from that hole.
Okay, and do you recall, did that have that same kind of signature red plastic
No,
piece in the middle?
no, but that does not necessarily mean that this was not a Hornaday bullet. You just don't always collect that plug. Sometimes it gets trapped in the head itself, or comes out the entrance and not the bullet. So it may be, but there was not a plug associated with this
Do you
one.
mind opening that up and just looking? I'm sorry.
This is Gary. Yeah. Yeah, there's no plug associated with this. It's just a deformed bullet. Some of the copper jacket is at a funny angle here, sticks out and is at a funny angle. But it's, you can see the base of the bullet, which is what's in that picture.
Okay.
One second.
Oh,
There is a Hornaday plug here. It's in a separate,
I thought there might be.
it's in a separate plastic bag, along with a little bit of lead and a little piece of jacket. So that's the plug.
Okay, thank you. F117. And again, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
That's the bullet, and that's the polymer plug. And there's at least the little piece of jacket, a little piece of lead were recovered as well.
Okay. And then F120.
That's another view of the same thing.
Okay. And so that red part and the little bit are in a separate package, and then the actual kind of bullet that you pulled out is separate from those?
Yes.
Correct, okay. But those were all recovered from that wound to Gary Rhoden?
Yes.
Okay. And is in State's Exhibit E-145, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, Dr. Lohman, are photographs taken of individuals' hands whenever you do an autopsy in a homicide case?
Yes.
Okay. F-141, or F-41, I'm sorry.
That's Gary's right hand.
Okay. F-42.
That's looking at the palm side of his hand.
Okay. F-43. Same,
I think that's still the right hand, yes.
okay. And it looks like the fingernails kind
Yes,
of,
fingernails number, the pinky and the fourth finger, the nails are a little deformed. I think that's why we took a second picture. It could be from trauma, and they just never healed, but they're not damaged from him being killed or fighting. It's just they're deformed from whatever happened to the nails.
okay. And then F-47.
That looks like it's the left hand. Or the, maybe the right hand. Again.
And then F-112.
That's the back of the left hand.
Okay. And were there any injuries that you saw that indicated he engaged in a fight at the time he was killed?
There are some injuries on his left hand and the back of his left forearm that looked fresh. They hadn't created a scab yet, so it looked like they were fresh. Those could be from a fight. If he's someone that does manual labor, that could also happen from that. So they were not patterned or anything that could tell me These are definitely from a fingerprint, so this is from somebody's ring that hit him, but there were definitely some fresher injuries on the back of his hands.
Okay. And did you also do a thorough examination of Gary Rhoden's body in addition to the gunshot wounds in the area where the gunshot wounds were? Did you also examine the rest of his body?
Yes.
Okay. And did you notice anything, again, other than the gunshot wounds that were remarkable?
Some bruising.
Okay. And in addition to what you've just described?
Yes.
Okay. And again, do you recall where that bruising was?
One bruising was on top of his shoulder here, on the left side, and another bruise was on the back of his left calf.
Okay. But again, are you able to indicate that that came from the events that led to his death?
Again, I would say that they looked like they happened around the time of his death, but did it occur when he was fighting at the time of his death, or did it occur before that same day sometime? I can't tell.
Okay. Or as a result of falling and striking his body on something?
Well, it could be that too. Maybe in getting shot in the head, he fell down and hit something with his top of his shoulder or the back of his leg. That's entirely possible.
Okay. And did you also get a toxicology report for Gary?
Yes.
And can you tell us what that result was?
Yes. Gary was positive for cocaine and caffeine.
Okay. Any other substances other than caffeine or cocaine?
No.
Okay. As a result of your examination of all the parts of Gary Rhoden's body, along with the toxicology, did you reach a conclusion as to what the cause of death was for Gary Rhoden?
Yes.
And what was that?
Multiple gunshot wounds to the head.
Doctor, do you have an opinion as to whether any one of those gunshot wounds would have been fatal?
Yes. I would say any one of those gunshot wounds would be fatal. They all cross into his brain and damage his brain.
Okay. And would any one of those wounds, and in particular the one where his hat goes, is penetrated or whatever, could that result in causing him to fall to the ground?
Yes.
And doctor, do you have an opinion, the exit wound where that bullet got stuck and did not exit the right side of his forehead, do you have an opinion as to why that might be?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
One of the reasons could be that his head was on the ground after getting shot, and when he was shot and that bullet tried to exit the temple, it couldn't because it was against the ground. It had nowhere to go. So it tried to exit, left a little hole, but it couldn't go any farther because the head was already on the ground, so then it just stayed within the hole.
And doctor, do you also have an opinion as to whether or not the projectiles that you recovered from Gary Rhoden's body also matched the projectiles that you recovered from Chris Rhoden Sr.'s body?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
In general, they look like the same size, and all of them have that little red plug. So my opinion is that they're probably all Hornady bullets.
And Dr. Lohman, are all the opinions that you have testified to here today within a reasonable degree of medical certainty
Yes,
and based on your knowledge, experience, and training?
yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Defense may cross-examine.
Good afternoon, Doctor. How are you?
I'm fine.
My name's John Parker. I think we met before, did we?
Yes,
You were kind enough to grant Mr. Nash and me an interview at your office, correct?
yes,
And we were able to go through all of your reports very carefully. Is that right?
yes.
Thank you very much for that. That saved us a lot of time and the jury and the court system a lot of time. But I do have a few follow-up questions, if I could.
Sure.
Let's start with a few general questions, if I could. You did all 8 autopsies, correct?
Yes,
All right. And you did those basically over 3 separate days, correct?
yes,
But all of the bodies were received at the Hamilton County office in the early morning hours of Friday. Is that correct? Or is it Saturday?
Saturday.
Saturday. Early morning hours of Saturday. Is that right?
Yes,
And when the bodies were received there, they were immediately placed into a cooler system, correct?
yes.
Do you know whether the bodies had been placed in a cooler system before they reached your office?
Yes, I believe they were in a transport vehicle that had some refrigeration.
Okay, so if I understand it, there was a mobile morgue unit, is that the correct phrase?
Yeah,
All right, and so do you know whether the bodies were placed in that mobile unit that's refrigerated? Do you know that or not?
I believe that's how they were transported here from Pike County to Hamilton County in that truck.
All right. Do you know whether that truck left directly from Pike County and went to Hamilton? Or did it stay overnight somewhere? Or is it just directly from that mobile unit to Hamilton County?
Usually when you have bodies in a truck, you just take them where they're supposed to go.
Okay.
You don't take a vacation with them.
Understood. I'm just trying to get the timeline.
Okay.
Here. So they were placed from the scene where they were found into a mobile refrigerated unit. Is that
Yes.
correct? And then immediately delivered to your office?
Yes,
Where they were transferred to another cooling unit?
yes,
Okay. Now, some of the items you've testified here today, some of these preliminary matters were done by your morgue assistants. Is that fair to say?
some of the initial things, yes,
Okay. Under your supervision, right?
yes,
Okay. Now, you certainly don't know the sequence of the gunshot wounds. Is that correct?
that's correct.
So you don't know which one was first, second, third, or whatever order?
No,
All right. And with all 8 victims, you have no idea which victim was killed first, second, third, etc.
that's correct. Based on looking at the body, I can't tell who was killed first. That's correct.
We're just, you're testifying here today concerning what's been described as crime scene 1, and then the 2 bodies there, but that doesn't necessarily mean they were killed first or second. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, you use, of course, medical terminology in your reports, so I do want to clear up a few of those terms so that there's no confusion at some point. And I do, at some point, want to go through each gunshot wound with you. Do you have your reports in
Yes,
front of you? Okay. And you also, prepared very helpful diagrams for each victim. Is that right?
yes,
All right. And you have each of those for Christopher and Gary in front of you?
yes,
All right. And I think we reviewed with the jury earlier the diagrams with respect to Christopher, correct?
yes,
I don't think we saw those with respect to Gary, but you have those there.
yes,
Okay. in case I want to ask some questions.
Okay.
So let's start with Christopher. And let's start with another general question. If I could, Judge, I'd ask Mr. Nash to bring over this board so I could write some information on there. What I'd like to do, Doctor, is you've used the terms contact, correct?
Yes.
Loose contact, correct?
Yes.
Intermediate, correct?
Yes.
And indeterminate, correct?
Yes.
All right, so what I'd like to do is bring this chart over here, and I want to, you're going to be testifying as to all victims eventually, correct?
Yes.
All right, so I'd like to use this chart, if I could, to kind of summarize information in one place, because you have one report for each victim, correct?
Okay.
So if you could just give me a moment to get set up here. Yeah. Okay. Excuse me. Just have a big pad of paper. So I'd like to get some definitions in one place so that we're all using the same terminology equally. Is that fair?
All right.
Okay, so contact, you mentioned that earlier. That's the distance between the end of the muzzle and, in this case, the body. Is that right?
Yes.
And tell me if I say anything wrong, but when you say contact, you mean the end of the muzzle touching the body. Is that right?
Yes.
Or the clothing covering the body.
Yes.
So is it fair to say if I put 0 to 1 inch, or is it 0 inches, or how would you describe that distance?
Contact, I would say, is 0.
0 inches from the body, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we've got contact. The next page is what you called loose contact.
Yes.
And what is the distance for a loose contact from the end of the muzzle to either the clothing or the body?
Maybe about a millimeter or so up to about an inch.
1 millimeter to 1 inch. Hopefully everyone can read my writing if you see that. Okay, so let's go to the next terminal. And that is intermediate.
Yes.
When you say intermediate, what is the distance there?
Approximately, and it depends on the weapon, maybe about 3 inches up to about 3 feet.
3 inches to 3 feet. Okay, and I believe the last one is indeterminate, correct?
Yes.
And what is the distance there?
That's approximately that 3 feet to infinity.
Okay, so 3 feet to forever, right?
Yes.
More than 3 feet to more than 3 feet. Okay, so what I'd like to do is add information as you give it to me concerning each gunshot wound and which category it fits. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay, so since we started with Chris, why don't we just start with him? Do you have your report in front of you?
Yes.
All right, and Chris had a total of 9 gunshot wounds. Is
Yes.
that right? And I believe the common terminology for gunshot wound is GSW, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so if I use that up here, that's what it means. Looking at Chris's report that you prepared, did he have any contact wounds?
No.
Still looking at Chris's report, does he have any loose contact wounds?
Yes.
Which gunshot wounds do you categorize as loose contact?
2,
Let me write that down. Okay.
3.
Hold on 1 second. Slow.
Okay.
Gunshot wound number 2, and this is Chris. Senior. Okay, gunshot wound number 2.
Gunshot wound number 3.
Okay?
Number 4. Number 5. Number 6. And number 7.
Okay, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 were between 1 millimeter and 1 inch away, the firearm from his body.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to the next one, which is the intermediate distance, which I believe you said was 3 inches to 3 feet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does he have any of those type of wounds?
Yes.
Which ones? Please?
Number 1.
Once again, this is Chris Sr. All right. Any others?
No.
And the final category, indeterminate 3 feet or more,
Yes.
he has those type of wounds, does he?
Yes.
Which ones?
Number 8. And number 9.
Okay, and that covers him, is that right?
Yes.
Let me ask a couple follow-up questions. This indeterminate wounds, number 8 and number 9 on Chris Sr., were those the wounds that were made with a high-powered rifle?
1 was.
Which one?
Number
was
9.
And that would be to his arm?
Yes.
All right, did he have any other wounds from a high-powered rifle?
No.
All right, so just that one.
Yes.
And were the other wounds, the gunshot wounds 1 through 8, all made with a similar or same weapon?
It seemed to be yes.
Okay. A few follow-up questions with respect to Chris. You have no idea which one of the 9 wounds was first, correct?
That's correct.
All right. The gunshot wound number 9 to his arm with a high-powered rifle, that would have been extremely painful, would it have not been?
Yes.
And I assume the other gunshot wounds, if he were conscious when those were administered, those would have been very painful as well?
The ones to the torso, yes.
The ones to the torso?
Yes.
What about his head wounds?
I believe if he got shot in the head, he would be unresponsive. He'd be unconscious and he wouldn't be feeling anything.
Okay. Gunshot wound number 7, I believe you indicated was a loose contact wound. And that was in his right chest.
Yes.
All right. That's near the heart area?
Yes.
And that bullet actually struck his heart, among other things. Is that right?
Yes.
Are any of his wounds to the head from behind?
No.
They're all from the front or side, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And if we could pull up the diagram with respect to Chris. Do you have that diagram in front of you?
Yes.
Can we put that up on the screen? There it is. It's coming. Can you just look at the screen and make sure we're looking at the same?
Yeah, I can see over there.
You can
It
see
is,
over
yes,
there.
yes,
That is your diagram for Chris Sr., is that right?
yes.
All right, just a few questions there. At the top, you have gunshot wound number 1, which that was the indeterminate distance. So that's
That's intermediate.
That's the intermediate, 3 inches to 3 feet.
Yes,
All right, that's number 1, and on your diagram, that's below his right eye, is that correct?
yes, yes,
And you have written in there in the box, GSW entrance number 1.
yes.
Okay. If we could scroll down, please. Right there, thank you. All right, and then in the next segment below, you have diagrammed entrance wounds number 2, 3, 4, and 5, correct?
Yes,
All right, now those kind of form a line between his nose, his lips, right below and down and below that, correct?
all on his cheek.
All on his cheek. And I believe you called that linear,
Yeah, it kind of looked like a linear line of perforations.
right? And you don't know if he was alive or not when those gunshot wounds were administered. Is that fair to say?
That's correct. I don't know if he was alive.
Now, you're going to testify about all the other victims, okay? And I'm not going to ask you about the other victims now. But is it fair to say that all of the other victims have numerous gunshot wounds to the head except for one?
You're talking about all 8 of them?
All 8 except for, there was one victim, Ken, who had 1 shot to the eye, and that was his own.
That's still the face.
That's still, but only one.
Yes, that's correct.
He only had 1
That's
gunshot
correct.
wound at all,
That's correct.
and that was to the eye.
Yes,
All of the other victims had multiple gunshot wounds to the head or face area.
yes,
And Chris is the only one that has gunshot wounds to the arm, torso, or abdomen.
yes.
All right. Now, let's move to Gary for a moment. Gary had 3 gunshot wounds, is that correct?
Yes,
All right. With respect to contact wounds, did Gary have any contact wounds?
1.
Which one was that?
Number 2.
So I'm gonna write Gary here. Gunshot wound number 2 was contact. That means, and I think you put it in your report, a probable muzzle stamp. Is that,
Yes,
that's the same thing as a contact?
yes.
Did Gary have any loose contact?
No,
Did Gary have any intermediate?
yes.
Which ones?
That was number 3.
So I'm right, Gary. Gunshot wound number 3. Does Gary have indeterminate?
Yes,
And which one was that?
number 1.
And that covers his 3 wounds, is that
Yes,
correct? All right. Now, all of these are obviously, as you said, entered his brain.
yes.
So whichever one was first, and we don't know, correct?
That's correct.
Whichever one was first, would he have been rendered unconscious immediately?
Yes.
And do we know of the 3 gunshot wounds? I believe gunshot wound number 1 was to the back of his head, as you demonstrated earlier.
Yes,
All right. Gunshot wound number 2 was to his left temple with the probable muzzle stamp. Is
Yes.
that right? Kind of like this, if my
Ye-
finger is a gun?
yes,
All right. And then the 3rd one is the intermediate distance, and that's his lower jaw.
yes,
And you demonstrated those wounds on a diagram for Gary as well, is that right?
yes.
Could we pull up that, please, just for a moment? Okay, this is Gary, is that right?
Yes.
All right. So if we look for gunshot wound, can we scroll down to the middle sections there? Right there, thank you. If we have the diagram for Gary, gunshot entrance wound number 1 is actually kind of in the middle of the page, is that right?
Right, it's the back of the head On the right side of the page.
So if I point here, it says GSW entrance number 1, then you draw a line to the back of the head.
Yes,
And gunshot wound number 2 is written just above that, and the line is drawn down to the other diagram, kind of near between his eye and ear.
yes.
That's the muzzle stamp.
That's the one that I think I saw muzzle stamp, yes.
And number 3 is just below that, GSW entrance number 3 to the jawline.
Yes.
Thank you. You can take that down. I'm a little confused about the decomposition issue, so perhaps you can clear that up for me. Do you have an opinion of how long these 2 victims were dead before the bodies were found, if they were found in their homes, say between 7:30 in the morning and 8 o'clock in the morning on the 22nd of April, 2016?
Which is what day of the week?
I believe that's a Thursday. Early Thursday morning.
Found is Friday.
I'm sorry.
Found is Friday.
I'm sorry. Found Friday morning, April 22nd.
So if they are found on Friday at between 7 and 8
Say 7:30 to 8 o'clock in the morning?
on Friday,
Yes. And do you have an opinion on how long, based on the body, based on your observations?
how long the body was laying there before it was found?
Well, yes. It would go back to the how long had they been dead?
Well, part of the problem is they're already decomposed when they come to me. And I can work backwards a little bit, but once they were found, I don't know what state they were when they were found. It's between 7:30 and 8. I do know that they laid there for a little while in the house as BCI was doing evidence and things like that, so there was no refrigeration at that point. So if they were found at between 7:30 and 8 on Friday and then laid there, and then I don't know exactly what time they got into the refrigerated truck, and then, so there was a delay in trying to stop the decomposition.
Understood. So let me just stop you there if I can, and if you need to answer further, please do. But you were not provided the information as to when the bodies were moved into refrigeration from the scene?
That's correct.
Okay, so you were not provided that information.
That's correct.
All right. And that hinders your opinion.
Oh, not really.
Okay. Would it be helpful to know what time they entered into a refrigeration unit?
Well, if they knew if I know, yeah,
Okay.
if they knew when they put them in the refrigerated truck,
Okay, but you were not given that information?
no.
Okay, fair enough. Were you provided crime scene photos to look at in conjunction with your examination of the bodies?
Yes.
All right, were those photos helpful in determining when these people may have been killed by observing the photos?
The photos were far away, obviously, because I didn't want to disturb evidence. When I get in on a body, I'm looking at them pretty close.
Of course.
And so from far away, looking at the scene pictures, I can't tell. That doesn't look like they're bloated. It doesn't look like they're all overall green. But I can't tell, looking at those crime scene photos, what state they're in. Any of them.
Okay.
Any of the women or the men, I can't tell.
Okay, fair enough. So you don't have an opinion as to when they were killed? based on your examination?
Based on the status of what they look like when I pulled them out of the cooler and started doing the autopsies, I would suggest that they were probably within maybe 48 hours, somewhere around that. At the most, 48 hours maybe that they were dead.
Okay.
But again, there's not an exact science to determining that. But if they were dead longer than that, we would be seeing more changes to the body. And all I can say is Gary and Christopher had changes to the body that the others did not.
Okay. All right, just to make sure I understand your report, you know, you're using scientific language, of course, because you're a doctor. So I just want to make sure I understand everything. So I may have a few questions. With respect to Christopher, I think you cleared this up, but I want to be sure. And the toxicology,
Yes,
he had caffeine, that's very clear, correct?
yes,
And then he had a false positive for benzodiazepine, is that right?
Yes.
All right. So that was cleared up with later testing.
yes,
All right. So the only substance he had in his body was caffeine.
yes.
All right. Now, with respect to Gary and his report, your pages are not numbered, but let me show you if I could. I believe it's the first page of the post-mortem examination. This
Okay.
page is what I'm going to call page 1.
All right,
Okay. On that page, you talk about rigor mortis is absent under the general paragraph, the
Yes.
first paragraph under general. Okay. And then the liver mortis is red, is that correct?
yes,
All right. And then you have that there's a pronounced body odor, is that right?
yes.
Is that related to the status of decomposition?
No,
What is that about?
he was unbathed
Okay.
for a long period of time.
Okay. Now, the next paragraph down, you have the mouth is, and I apologize.
Edentulous,
Edentulous.
no teeth.
No teeth. Okay, so that's what that means.
Yes,
Without teeth.
that's correct.
All right. And then a little further down, in the same paragraph, you say the upper extremities are not
Edematous,
edematous. What does that mean?
swollen with fluid.
Okay, so they are not swollen with fluid.
That's correct.
Okay. At the end of that paragraph, you have the lower extremities have no
Dysmorphic features.
dysmorphic features. What do you mean by that?
They're not misshapen. The
They're not
lower
misshapen.
legs are. So, like you get hit by a car and one leg is going this way and one leg is going that way.
Right.
I would call that dysmorphic features.
Okay, so he
So
has.
his legs look normal.
Okay, thank you for that. And to finish that out, at the very end, the toenails are thickened with,
Onychomycosis,
what does that mean?
toenail fungus.
Okay, fair enough. Just want to make sure I understand your report. He did have some tattoos, as you describe on the next page?
Yes,
Okay. And you described those, correct?
in the report, yes.
Yes, you
Yes.
described those. Fair enough. Those are very self-explanatory. If I could have just a moment, Your Honor.
State may redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I can put my sheet on. Dr. Lohman, you indicated that both Gary and Chris showed more decomposition than the other individuals that you conducted autopsies on related to this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would that be consistent with them being killed first by a few hours and then also remaining at the scene before being placed in that mobile unit the longest?
Yeah, yes, that could be consistent with that, yes.
Okay. And additionally, if you were told that they were put in that mobile unit around 3 in the morning, again, having been killed approximately 11 p.m. on Thursday night, and then not being placed in the mobile unit until 3 a.m. on Saturday, and then I believe you indicated they got to your location around 5:30. Again, that's more than 24 hours. That would be 28 hours. Again, is the condition that you found their bodies in consistent with that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any idea how cool that mobile unit is?
No, I've never talked to anybody about that unit. I just know that it's refrigerated, so I have no idea how cold it is.
Okay. So you don't know if it's as cool as your cooler at Hamilton County?
No, I have no idea.
Okay. And again, I believe you indicated that that does not necessarily stop decomposition, but rather slows it.
It slows it, yes.
Okay. I believe you were asked about various injuries, and I believe you indicated that there were some injuries that Chris received, that if he received them, he would then be unresponsive, I believe you indicated.
Yes.
And therefore would not be feeling anything.
Yes.
And what injuries would you say those are?
The shots to the head.
Okay. And including, I believe your gunshot number 1, if I'm getting it right, was in the cheek, was not part of that linear path that we talked about. That was 2 through 6.
That's correct.
So the 1 shot went through his cheek.
Yes.
I guess, for lack of a better word. Okay. And then also the shot that he received to the chest, would that also have rendered him unresponsive?
No,
Okay.
not necessarily, no.
Okay.
If you're shot in the heart, every time your heart beats, the blood pours out. And he did have at least a liter of blood in his chest. So every time the heart beats and your blood pours out, that's less blood that's bringing oxygen to your brain. And at some point, you will pass out. That could be within minutes that you'll pass out. And then as the blood and your heart beats and your blood continues to leak, you will then die. So you can still actually run a block or two after being shot in the heart. It's what happens because the heart is injured that ultimately kills you. It's the loss of blood into your chest cavity, and it does no good in your chest cavity.
And you did find a large volume of blood in his chest cavity?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to clear up, Mr. Parker asked you if the gunshot number 9 was the only gunshot wound that, actually it's here more, that Chris Rhoden Sr. received that was, you believe, from a high-powered rifle, correct?
Yes.
Okay. There was no other injuries on his body consistent with a high-powered
That's correct.
rifle. And then gunshot wounds 1 through 8 would have been from the same weapon as each other, not the same as that high-powered rifle.
That's correct.
Okay. Another thing I just wanted to clear up was you were asked about contact wound. I think we understand what that is. The muzzle is actually touching the body of the individual shooting,
Yes.
correct? And you indicated that the intermediate was 3 inches to 3 feet, correct?
Yeah, that's an
And again,
approximate.
Approximate. And I think you testified on direct that it depends on the type of weapon and a number of other factors.
Yes.
That goes into that. So that's not an exact measurement.
Correct.
Is that fair? Okay. Do you have any idea how a muffler, if there was a muffler on a weapon, how that would impact that as well?
Impacted,
Your determinations, I guess, or how far away the weapon would have been.
I'm not a silencer expert, but the purpose of the silencer is to prevent loud noise and not leave any evidence behind. So it wouldn't necessarily slow a bullet down or deviate a bullet or leave scratch marks on the bullet. So it may reduce the sound so that somebody else wouldn't necessarily hear it being shot, but it wouldn't affect the gunshot wound itself, gunshot itself and what it hurts.
Okay. Regarding the loose contact, I believe you indicated that would be somewhere up to an inch or so. What happens from 1 to 3 inches? What would that be?
So again, these are all estimates, but so when I'm saying contact, I mean you're actually pressing the end of the gun to get to the skin. Your gun can be close to the skin but not actually touch it. So whatever it takes for that muzzle to not actually touch the skin, could it be a millimeter? Yeah, could it be 1/4 of an inch, 1/8 of an inch? So it's got to be enough that a little bit of that smoke soot ends up on the skin and around the bullet hole. So it's very close, practically touching, but not touching exactly. Between 1 and 3, I would, depending on the weapon, again, I would consider that possibly an intermediate. Because the whole issue is, what do you see on the skin? Do you see the smoke on the skin, or do you see the stippling on the skin? If you see the stippling, you call it intermediate, because it's far enough away that gunpowder can exit out the end of the gun and start striking your skin and leaving marks. The smoke comes out even when your gun is very close to it. So it's that stippling that you see that makes it an intermediate. So depending on the pathologist, some people don't use the terms loose contact. They just say contact, intermediate, and distance. So if you want to say 1 millimeter to the 3 plus the 3 feet, you could call that intermediate. But again, it's all how the pathologist likes to call it and what appears on the skin.
Okay. And again, that's why you wanted to do all of them, or wanted the same person to do all of them, is so that whatever lingo you settle upon, it's the same for each victim.
It's consistent, yes.
Okay. Regarding the diagram that you testified to for Mr. Parker of Gary Rhoden, I did not ask you those kind of foundational questions. Did you do that the same as you had done with Christopher? In other words, did you fill that out while you were actually conducting the examination, and is that in your handwriting?
Yes, to both, yes.
You make those notations and then use that to go make your report?
Yes.
Along with the photographs? Okay. And just regarding that, well, let me ask you this. Do you happen to know how long it takes to get from Hamilton County Coroner's Office to here? Approximately.
One time I looked at Waze and it was 1 hour and 45 minutes. Today it took me 1.5 hours.
Okay. So, 1.5 to 1 hour and 45 minutes.
Depending on the traffic, I would
Depending
assume.
on traffic, time of day, etc. Okay. Regarding that diagram, if you could pull that back up for Gary, please. I'm sorry, what did you say?
What part do you want?
Oh, go down. Right there. Okay. So you can see on there, it's the bottom right drawing there, where you see that entrance wound, I believe you testified to, and that was through could feasibly have been through that ball cap that we
Yes.
pulled out, and then exited the left temple there.
Yes.
And that was a very circular marking, and at the time, we indicated there was, you could see that there was another injury there.
Above it, yes.
Okay, can you explain to us what that is?
Yes. Sometimes when the skull fractures such extensively from the trauma, from the gunshot wounds to the head, it actually tears through the skin. The jagged edges of the bone can tear through the skin. So that wound that's above number 1, which is on the back left part of his head, that linear wound above it is from the fractured bones tearing through the skin.
Okay, if you can pull up that. Yeah, F90. Okay, so there we can see it, that entrance wound is that circular one, and then that jagged edge kind of, that looks fairly linear, is what you're talking about, where the skull,
The sharp edge of a fractured piece of skull bone actually tears through the skin.
okay. And again, nothing in your examinations of either Chris or Gary indicated to you that they died from anything other than these multiple gunshot wounds that they each received.
That is correct.
Okay. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Does the defense have further cross?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you, you may step down.
All right.
I'm not sure what the schedule should be for the rest of the afternoon. Do we want to begin another witness, or how do we wish to proceed?
We have another witness that we absolutely will not finish today. We would need some time to rearrange the exhibits, get the exhibits we're going to use with that witness up on the stand. If you want to start that witness this afternoon with the understanding that we won't even finish the direct examination of the
Well, let's take a recess. We'll take a 15-minute recess right now, and we'll make some decisions about what we're going to do this afternoon, the rest of the afternoon. While you're on recess, do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit the case to be discussed with you or in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning the case. Do not do any research concerning the case as to the facts or as to the law. Do not view, listen to, or read any reports or accounts of the case, and have no contact with any of the participants in the case. At 3:30 approximately, that time, assemble at the jury room to be brought up from there by court personnel. Anything further from counsel for either side before we recess for 15 minutes?
No, thank you.
All right, we are in a 15-minute recess. My understanding, you intend to call Agent Todd Fortner again?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. I don't know what council feels about that. Whether I should administer an oath again. I think maybe I should, because it's been, typically whenever we're just breaking it up by recesses or something, not, but since he actually is being recalled, I think I'll administer an oath again to him.
That's fine.
We don't object if you administer an oath
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, that's at your discretion.
Yeah. Are we ready then for the jury?
Yes. Make sure you lay down.
He's sitting by himself.
Okay. Cindy, he's fine. We'll bring him in after the jury gets
Well, Jason will get him, just like.
Yeah,
the
Jason,
rest of
yeah.
us.
One of the things we have too, I might add, we're going to have some work done on this monitor, try to secure it a little bit. And somebody's coming this afternoon, so I said something about 4:30. At some point, not just ring a bell right at necessarily 4:30, but somewhere right in there, if council reaches a spot where it makes some sense to quit, let me know and we'll quit. I don't want to go much farther than that because we have a repairman coming.
I'll start looking at about 4:15, 4:20. I'll start looking for somewhere that
That's fine.
punch out.
You may all be seated. The state may call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State is going to recall Agent Todd Fortner.
I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Can you give everyone your name again, please?
Todd Fortner.
All right. Agent Fortner, you testified yesterday, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you testified yesterday, you talked about primarily about the Faro scan, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, back on April 16th, 2022, when you were assigned to this case, were you assigned as the primary investigator to one of the scenes involved in these murders?
Yes, I was.
Okay,
Scene
tell the
two.
jury again, I know we talked about this yesterday, but what scene were you assigned to as the primary crime scene investigator?
It was scene 2 at 4199 Union Hill Road.
And did you do your work up there analyzing that scene as you've been trained to do as a crime scene analyst for BCI?
Yes.
We're going to talk about that. Before we do that, I do want to talk a little bit more about the Faro scan of scene 1, just very briefly. You talked yesterday about the Faro scan, how it works, and how you did the scan of scene 1. Is that correct?
Correct.
As part of the work in this case, Did agents in your unit create a flyover or a fly-through using the FARO-scan of each of these scenes?
Yes, using the video that was rendered from the camera images, they put together a fly-through video of each scene.
And if you could just briefly tell the jury how you put together a fly-through of a scene using the FARO-scan.
Basically, like we did yesterday, you can go to different vantage points in the scene and just basically plot points that you're going to go through, and it will go from one point to the other, and it will appear that you're flying through the scene.
And as part of the work in this case, was a fly-through done of 4077, the scene identified as scene 1?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm asked permission to play what's going to be marked as State's Exhibit S1. It'll be a video that's contained on the external hard drive in a folder titled S or FARO-scan.
Any objections?
No.
Permission granted.
Agent Fortner, can you see the far screens over there?
Yes, I can.
Okay, before I ask Mr. Junk to hit play, do you recognize what that image is?
Yes, this is the FARO scan beginning at scene 1 at 4077 Union Hill.
Mr. Junk? I asked, this is part of it, we're not going to play. And Mr. Junk has hit play. Just watch, I'm going to have you watch this from beginning to end. All right, State's Exhibit S1 that we just played for the jury, does that truly and accurately depict the FARO-scan fly-through that was done as part of this case?
Yes.
Now, let's move on to scene 2.
Okay.
All right. You testified at some point yesterday that you were called out to scene 2. I'm going to put up for the jury what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit B332. Can you tell the jury, do you recognize the image that's depicted there in State's Exhibit B332?
Yes, I do.
And tell the jury what they're looking at.
The center of the screen here is scene 2. This is 4199 Union Hill Road. You can also see some of the outbuildings and cars next door at 4077.
And if you would, walk the jury through when you arrived at that scene on that day, where did you park your vehicle and what did you do when you first got there?
I parked out here and I made contact with the deputy who was holding the scene and briefed about what he had done or seen.
Is that pretty much standard operating procedure? When you arrive on a scene and there's local law enforcement, do you meet with that law enforcement to basically get a briefing from what they know?
Yes.
And the information that you get during that briefing, does that help guide you as you do your work at that scene?
Yes, it does.
Okay. On this day, if you could, tell us what you were told when you initially came to that scene.
The deputy that I spoke with said he had been there when the family had been there and found the deceased. The family had intimated that the 3-year-old had answered the door. They went in, found the 2 deceased members, Clarence, Frankie, and Hannah or Hazel, in bed. The infant was in bed between them, covered in blood. They removed the infant from the trailer, went outside, and changed its diaper on a wooden table-like thing.
Okay. And from outside there, where you were at, could you see that wooden table where they had told
Yes.
the deputy that they changed that baby?
Yes.
And as part of that initial meeting with that deputy, were you actually provided a piece of evidence that the family had gathered with respect to that baby?
Yes, they had taken the diaper off and given it to the deputy. He had placed it in a bag and then gave it to me.
If you can go into that file, 4199, and put list view, we'll take the picture down. I'm going to hand you a couple of pictures here. If you could, take a second, take a look at those pictures. I'm going to ask Mr. Junk to put up on the TV screen what's been marked for identification purposes. It states Exhibit B6. Agent Fortner, the B6 that's up on the screen, do you have that picture there in your hand?
I do.
And the image that's marked as State's Exhibit B6, is that the same image that's up on the screen for the jury?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B6 and where you initially pulled up and whether or not you can see that wooden table that you were talking about?
Yes, this is the front of scene 2, 4199. There's a blue car and a red truck in the driveway. I'm parked outside of the crime scene tape that they have put up. And you can see the small wooden table in front of the porch there.
At some point, were you handed that diaper?
I was.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit B1? With respect to State's Exhibit B1, can you tell the jury what they're looking at right there?
This is a photograph of the bag that the deputy handed me with the diaper in it.
Did you have the opportunity to take that diaper out of that bag to document it?
I did.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B2?
We'll stipulate to this.
I got it up there, I might as well roll through it now.
What's the,
We'll stipulate that this is a photo
well, you can
as
do it.
described.
Okay. State's Exhibit B2, can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
That is the diaper from the bag.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit B310. Do you recognize markings on State's Exhibit B310?
Yes, this is the bag with my initials on the seal. Evidence number 1 labeled as a taken off of an infant with suspected blood. It's the diaper.
Can you walk the jury through how you collect evidence, mark evidence, store and maintain it? How do you do it when you're doing a scene?
Yes, so when we identify something that's useful as evidence or potentially useful, we'll photograph it in situ where it's at, if we can. We will then collect it, possibly photograph it more if we need to, place it in a bag, seal the bag with tape, initial that seal to make sure it doesn't, maintains its integrity, and then we place a label on that bag describing what it is and and who took it.
And with respect to the piece of evidence that you just testified to, is that the way you collected, maintained, and stored that evidence?
Yes.
Now, once you got the initial story from the deputy, and once you collected that bloody diaper, at some point, as part of your work at a scene, do you document that scene, or starting from the outside and work your way in?
Yes, we typically work from the outside in. We take 3 levels of photographs ultimately. We take overall photographs, which show everything. We take mid-range or establishing photos that show where a piece of evidence is in relation to other things in the room. And then we take a close-up photo of that item.
I'm going to hand you another grouping of pictures. And on that day, did you work your way all the way around scene 2, 4199 Union Hill Road, and document that scene as you found it on that day?
Yes, it did.
I hand you a stack of papers. Here's what pictures. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to look at those pictures, and then we're going to use the pointer. We're going to walk through what you did with respect to documenting the outside of that scene. I want you to use the pointer and tell the jury where that picture is taken from and what you're taking a look at. And I'll walk you through each one, okay?
Okay.
All right. Mr. Junk, could you put up State's Exhibit B4? Agent Fortner, could you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B4 and where that is in the diagram and why you take a picture like that?
Yes, this is the mailbox at the end of the driveway right here, the road, for this residence with the address 4199 and the name Rhoden on it. I take that photograph just to identify, confirm where I'm at, what location it is.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B5? State's Exhibit B5, can you tell the jury what they're looking at there with respect to that exhibit and where that picture was taken from?
Yes, this is a photograph from roughly this area, showing the front of the trailer, the vehicles out in front, the sheriff's cruiser, and my truck.
And again, those vehicles that are depicted in that picture, are they in the location and condition that they were when you found them on that day?
Yes.
And with respect to all the pictures that we've shown, do they truly and accurately depict the way those areas looked on April 22nd, 2016?
Yes.
All right. State's Exhibit B7, please. State's Exhibit B7, can you tell the jury what they're looking at, what angle that picture is taken from, and what you're trying to depict?
Yes, again, in the same place, what we'll often do, especially on exterior overall photos, is just kind of stand in one place and pan around and take pictures from different, of different vantage points from where we're at. So this is a picture from right here facing this way, which shows the 2 cars in the driveway plus my truck and the sheriff's cruiser.
State's Exhibit B8. And you can go ahead and just pile those when you're done with them, pile them however you want there. That's fine. All right, if you could, tell the jury what they're looking at, where you're standing at in that picture, and where on the diagram that's depicted.
Yeah, again, it's showing the mailboxes here by the road, showing the entrance to the road from the driveway.
B9. Same questions. What are you looking at? Where are you taking the picture from? And what's depicted in that picture?
Again, we're in this front yard area taking pictures. This one is taken basically in this direction. It shows that corner of the property as well as the property between scene 2 and scene 1. You can see scene 1 in the background, the outbuildings, and can't see the trailer, I don't believe, but you see the outbuildings and cars that were around scene 1.
Does that picture there give a decent depiction of where scene 1 is in relation to scene 2 with respect to if you were going to walk between the two of them?
Yes.
All right. Can you give me State's Exhibit B10? If you could, tell the jury what they're looking at, where that picture is taken from, and what you're trying to capture in that picture.
This is again a picture of scene 2, taken from this way, looking back. If we go in order, you'll see we'll go all the way around. Usually take pictures in a method that we call 4 corners or 4 sides, where we get all sides and corners of a residence.
If you could, I may need you to slide out on this. I know it's tight back there. But is there an overhead light or a light on a pole that's depicted in that picture? And if there is, could you tell the jury or show the jury where that is?
Yes, there is. It's right here, just outside the front porch area.
Can you show me State's Exhibit B11, please? State's Exhibit B11, could you tell us where that picture is taken from and what you're depicting there? And also, again, is that same light pole depicted in that picture?
It is. This is just, again, just moving around the building and looking back towards it. Shows the entire front of the trailer and that light pole.
State's Exhibit B12. What are we looking at there? Where is that picture taken from?
This is on these little items on the side of the trailer here. They house chickens. There were both chickens and dogs that appeared on these 2 properties that were being raised.
And do you recall, were those chickens individually penned, or were they penned as groups, or do you have any recollection?
I believe in these pens they were individually. We found several inside that were multiples.
Okay. State's Exhibit B13. All right, if you could, walk us through where that picture is taken from and what it is depicting.
Again, it's from this area looking back towards scene 1, where you see the cars and other equipment in the yard.
And on the diagram there that you just pointed to, and maybe even depicted in this picture, at the time that you were out there, was there a walkway or a path or almost like a road, a dirt road between the 2?
Yes.
And if you could, show the jury where that is.
You can see there were multiple roadways, pathways that went between the 2 houses.
Can you show me State's Exhibit B14? State's Exhibit B14, again, walk the jury through what they're seeing and where on the diagram that picture's taken from.
It's here looking at the side of the house through these chicken coops.
Now, in that picture, is there crime scene tape depicted?
There is.
And when you got there, that scene, was that scene already taped off and secured?
Yes, the sheriff's department did that, I believe.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B15, please? If you could, walk us through what we're looking at there and where that picture is taken.
So now we're on the back corner, working our way around to the back of the trailer.
And I'll go over to this one so you can see me. As you worked your way around the back of that trailer, did you notice off coloration throughout the back of the trailer?
Yes, there was like a mossy growth, as you see on vinyl siding.
Does that picture truly and accurately depict the way that area looked on April 22nd, 2016?
Yes.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B16, please? Again, walk us through where that picture is taken from and what the jury's looking at.
This is from basically the same vantage point, but looking straight down the back of the trailer. You can see some dogs chained out there in the back door to the trailer.
Were those dogs present when you were there April 22nd, 2016?
Yes, they were.
Can you give me State's Exhibit, was that B15 or B16?
16.
We're on
Okay,
17.
can I get B17? As you worked your way through that backyard area, at some point, did you find items of interest that you wanted to document and ultimately maybe collect?
Yes,
Okay. Was one of those items a knife?
it was.
Can you go back to B16 for me, Mr. Junk? All right, we're going to pop back to B16. Where in B16 was the knife that you found?
If you see here where there's some skirting missing along the bottom of the trailer and there's some hoses, it was right down in this corner here.
Okay. and then go ahead and give me B17. State's Exhibit B17 is that knife that you found present in that picture, B17.
It is, it's right here.
And again, did you continue to go in and document that
I
item?
did.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B18, please? What's depicted in State's Exhibit B18?
This would be a close-up photo of that knife.
And ultimately, in that same general area, did you also find a sledgehammer that was of interest to you?
I did.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B183? Now, when you found that knife and that sledgehammer, again, did you mark them? At that point, did you have any idea whether those were actually involved in the crimes that you were out there investigating?
No, I didn't.
Is it common practice to basically mark, identify, or collect anything that could be related to a case or looks out of place or something that you wouldn't expect to find?
Yes.
Okay. Is that what you did with these two pieces of evidence?
Yes, we knew there were homicides committed, unknown the means at this time because I hadn't even been in the trailer yet, but, you know, a knife, a sledgehammer are items that could be used as a weapon. So that's why I thought they could be probative.
Out of abundance of caution, do you just collect anything that could be related to the case?
Yes.
And with respect to State's Exhibit B183, can you tell the jury what's depicted in State's Exhibit B183?
Yes, you can see the knife here is marked as item number 4. And also up here is the sledgehammer that I recovered marked as item 5.
And ultimately, again, as you go through and collect evidence and document evidence, do you assign it a unique BCI item number for your documentation purposes?
Yes, tangible items that we will actually collect typically get numbers. If there are areas, say an area of blood or an area of interest, it may get a letter.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit B184? With respect to the knife, again, because you didn't know exactly what you had or what may be involved, did you mark that knife and ultimately collect it as evidence?
I did.
Okay, in State's Exhibit B184, what's depicted in that picture?
This is a close-up picture again of the knife with the placard number 4.
State's Exhibit B313, is that what that is?
B313, yes.
B313 that I just handed you. Do you recognize the markings on that item?
I do. It is the description is knife, evidence number 4, collected from 4199 Union Hill with my initials and the date.
Actually, ask for stipulation on this one.
Yes.
So, Your Honor, this time, the parties would agree and stipulate that State Exhibit B313 is the knife collected by Agent Fortner, marked with BCI evidence number 4 that was depicted with a photo, a placard, or photo ID number 4.
That's correct.
Jury shall accept that stipulation as fact, as if it had been testified to here in the courtroom.
Once you collected that item, what'd you do with it?
I would have then taken that into custody and ultimately secured it in evidence.
Did you also collect that sledgehammer?
I did.
Can you give me State's Exhibit? Let's go to let's go to B20. I put up on the TV screen what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit B20. Walk us through what we're seeing in that picture and what you did with that item.
Yes, you can see the sledgehammer toward the bottom of the screen here, and the relationship, distance relationship to the stairs at the back door of the trailer.
Ultimately, again, did you collect and mark that item?
I did.
Can I get B185? State's Exhibit B185 that's up on the television screen for the jury. Can you tell them what is in that picture?
That is the sledgehammer that I had marked as item number 5 and collected from the backyard of scene 2.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. It states Exhibit B314. You take a look at the markings on States Exhibit B314.
Yes, it says, has a sticker with evidence number 5, description hammer, sledgehammer, collected at 4199 Union, held by me, with my initials on the seal.
And is that sledgehammer that you collected as part of your work in that backyard at 4199 Union Hill Road?
Yes.
At the time you collected it, again, did you have any idea whether or not this has been actually used in relation to this?
No, I didn't.
No stipulation? Your Honor, at this time, I believe the parties would stipulate that States Exhibit B314 is a box containing the sledgehammer marked as BCI item number 5 and identified in photo B185 with photo placard number 5.
That's correct.
The jury is instructed to accept that stipulation as being established as fact, as if it had been testified to here in the courtroom.
Again, with respect to that item right there, what did you do with it when you collected it?
All items collected would have been taken into our custody and then secured in evidence.
As you worked your way through that backyard or the backyard of that area, did you also find a pair of pliers that grabbed your attention?
I did. They were on the back steps, or the steps to the back door of the trailer.
Can you give me States Exhibit B22? All right, States Exhibit B22. Well, first of all, show the jury on the diagram where on that trailer is that back porch, and walk us through what's depicted in that picture.
Yes, so the back porch, back door is roughly in this area. And you can see the pair of pliers that are recovered from the second step down on the steps to that back door.
Ultimately, did you mark those pliers and collect them?
I did.
Can you give me States Exhibit B187? Again, same type of questions with these pliers. Any idea at this time, when you're out there at that scene, whether or not those pliers are directly related in the crime?
No, I did not.
Again, is it something that, out of abundance of caution, you would have been interested in collecting as potential evidence in this case?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, States Exhibit B315. States Exhibit B187 is up on the TV for the jury. First of all, tell the jury what's depicted in States Exhibit B187.
It is a close-up photo of the pliers mentioned with placard number 6.
And States Exhibit B315, do you recognize the markings on that document, or on that packaging?
I do. It is my evidence sticker with evidence number 6. Description is pliers from rear steps, collected from 4199 Union Hill by me, and my initials are on the seal.
Again, did you collect, maintain, and store States Exhibit B315 in accordance with your standard operating procedures that you've testified to?
Yes.
Yeah, we have another stipulation that States Exhibit B315 contains the pliers depicted in States Exhibit B187, marked for identification purposes by BCI as BCI item number 6.
That's correct.
All right, again, the jury is instructed to accept the stipulation to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through testimony here in the courtroom.
Mr. Junk, can I get States Exhibit B24, please? When you were up on that back porch area, did you have the opportunity to examine the back door of that trailer?
Yes.
Okay. Walk us through what you did and how you examined it and what you noticed, if anything.
We checked to see if the door was locked, photographed the door, obviously. The back door to this trailer had no signs of forced entry. There was some damage to the edge of the door, but it did not appear fresh. The handle and deadbolt locker on the left side. I could see the hinges of the door on the exterior on the right side, meaning it would open outward toward me from left to right.
Okay, and that was going to be a question I asked. That door did you observe that door to be a door that actually opened out?
Yes.
Can I get State's Exhibit B188, please? Okay, can you tell us what's depicted in State's Exhibit B188?
Yes, this is just a closer view of that door.
And Mr. Junk, could you do me a favor? Could you zoom in on that door handle area? A little more, a little more. Let's stop right there. And can you center that a little bit or slide it over? There you go. Thank you. All right, I've asked Mr. Junk to zoom in on that area. I'm going to show you another picture. I'm going to show you a picture that's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit B188 with a little a. State's Exhibit B188 little a. Can you tell us what's depicted in that picture?
Yes, this is the closer zoomed view of that door handle and the damage to the edge of the door there.
And State's Exhibit B188 little a, does that truly and accurately depict the way that door and that door frame looked on April 22nd, 2016?
Yes.
Mr. Junk, you can zoom us back out and we'll keep on moving. Can you give me State's Exhibit B25? All right. Can you tell us what we're looking at? State's Exhibit B25 is up on the screen for the jury. Can you tell us what we're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B25?
Yes, this is a view of the other half of the rear of the trailer. The door and steps we have just seen would be to the right of this photo. It shows two windows, one of which is open, and a pen with some dogs in it.
With respect to the backside of that trailer, you talked about the moss that you observed. Again, can you see moss in this area of that trailer as well?
Yes.
Can you do me a favor? Your Honor, can I have the witness step down? Do you have your pointer? If you could slide kind of to the sides so the jury can see you're not blocking their view. With respect to the window that is closed, can you point out the nature of the moss under that and describe what you're looking at there?
Yes. You see there is moss under the window on each of the layers of siding, each of the pieces of siding in the window.
And with respect to the window that is open, can you point to that window and again describe the moss under that window?
You can see the open window. There is moss under the window, similar to the closed window. However, there is an apparent void in the moss directly under the center of the window.
Thank you. You can grab a seat, please. And again, does that image truly and accurately depict the way the backside of that trailer looked on April 22nd, 2016?
Yes.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit B26, just the next picture? Again, can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to this picture, please?
Yes, this is panned a little farther to the left, showing some more dog houses in the backyard, as well as the open window with the moss around it and the void in the moss.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B27, please? With respect to State's Exhibit B27, can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
This is a photograph of that open window on the rear of the trailer.
And as you had the opportunity to view that window on that day, in addition to the void and the moss, did you notice the presence of air conditioning units underneath that unit?
Yes,
Or
there
that window,
were
I guess.
two separate central air conditioning units, some other items, cooler, other things.
And again, you can't really judge depth, but with respect to the location of those air conditioning units, did they appear to be directly up against or close to the wall underneath that open window?
They would have been close to that wall, yes.
Can you give me State's Exhibit 2312? Is that good? Is that 2312 right there?
B-2312 is the next one.
Okay.
B-28.
Go ahead and give me State's Exhibit B12. I'm sorry, B28. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B28?
This is a closer view of that open window on the rear of the trailer.
And with respect to that window, is that the height or is that how high that window was open when you found it on April 22nd, 2016?
Yes, it was.
Did you at any point manipulate, open, or close that window?
Not prior to these photographs.
Okay. Can I get State's Exhibit B29? With respect to State's Exhibit B29, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is some of the siding under that open window to show the moss, show some of the items that are around that area.
I'm gonna, if I can take the pointer. The point here first.
Okay.
All right, the area that I'm pointing at on the screen containing State's Exhibit B29, is that the same area that I just pointed to on your picture?
It is.
And I want you to focus on that area. As you look at that area with respect to that picture, again, what am I pointing to?
That is the corner of one of the air conditioner units that is there under that open window.
In that picture, does it appear that there's grass on the corner of that air conditioning unit?
Yes, it does.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B33, please? Can you tell the jury what we're looking at there with respect to State's Exhibit B33?
Yes, we're now on that corner looking back at the rear of the residence. You can see off in the distance a bit the back door with the stairs. And though you can't see the open portion of the window, you see where the two windows are.
With respect to that back door, I'm not going to have Mr. Junk take us all the way back to the picture, but did that back door appear to be a standard size back door?
Yes.
And if that back door would have been open while you were there, would you have been able to go through that back door or walk through that back door?
Yes.
Okay. Can I get State's Exhibit? Let me back up real quick. We're going to go back to that. We're going to look at State's Exhibit B33, the one we were just on. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to point out an area in the picture for you.
Okay.
And I'll point it out on this screen as well. Well, first of all, the screen that I'm pointing, where I'm pointing it out on this screen right here, that's the same area that I pointed to
Yes.
on your picture. That's the area we're gonna focus on. All right. In that area there, again, a little further, does it appear that there's a dog kennel?
There does, yes.
Okay. And dog fencing.
Yes.
But with respect to the area that I pointed out behind that open window, does it appear that that dog fencing blocks or impedes access to that open window?
No, it does not.
Can I get State's Exhibit B30, please? Can you tell us what that is and where that is on 4199 Union Hill Road?
This is one of the chicken coops that is there along the back wall. I believe it was covered in a blue tarp in the original picture. I lifted it up to take photos of this.
Can I get State's Exhibit B34? State's Exhibit B34, could you tell us what we're looking at, where that picture's taken from?
Yes, it's a black truck that's parked along the side of the residence there.
In the last picture, you talked about a coupe being present. Where is that coupe in that picture?
It is not actually in this picture. It is beside the wooden box that you see on the right of this picture.
Okay. So would it be just a little further to the right of that wooden box?
Yes.
Can I get State's Exhibit B35, please? State's Exhibit B35, can you tell us what we're looking at there and where that is with respect to 4199 Union Hill Road?
Yes, this is again on that side of the trailer, photograph in the bed of that truck of the items that were there.
Was there anything of evidentiary value that you removed from that area or the back of that truck on April 22nd, 2016?
No, there wasn't.
Can I get State's Exhibit B36, please? State's Exhibit B36, can you tell us what we're looking at there and what area of 4199 Union Hill Road that is?
We're again on that side of the trailer, showing that black truck, the side of it, through a carport frame that's also there.
Can you get State's Exhibit B37, this next picture? Can you tell us where we're at on the property there and what that picture is oriented towards?
In that same area, actually just turned around, you can still see we're within the frame of that carport, and more pens, dog houses there.
Can you do me a favor, show us on the diagram where that area is?
From this side of the house, you can see the carport frame there. These are the dog houses.
And State's Exhibit B38, just the next one. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
It is a close-up of one of those pens with small chickens in it.
Where is that? That's still on that far side?
Yes, that would be this wooden-looking structure.
And then State's Exhibit B39.
This is
Where
a
are we-
photograph just panned around farther, showing a doghouse there. You can see one of the sheriff's cruisers in the yard.
Have you almost made it all the way around that property now?
Yes.
Can you give us B40, please? And where are we at there?
This is a photograph from that same area within that carport frame looking out toward the road.
Okay. And I think you may have testified yesterday about the trucks that you drive that you take home or
Yes.
work from home. What is that there in the driveway?
Yes, that is my assigned crime scene truck at the time.
Your Honor, I've taken this witness all the way around this property. I think probably this is a good stop point for us if you're looking for a break point close to 4:30.
All right. We will recess at this point until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. You'll all be going home. Again, the admonition is do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit anyone to discuss this case with you or to discuss this case in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning this case until it's finally submitted to you for deliberation and verdict. Do not do any research at all from any source concerning this case, either as to the facts or as to the law. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of this case, and that would include internet sources, would include the social media sources such as Facebook and the others, would also include newspapers, television, or radio. and have no contact at all with any of the participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Please leave your notebooks on your chairs. Take your badges with you. Try to remember to bring them when you come in the morning. Does counsel for either party have anything you wish to put on the record before we recess for the day?
No, thank you, Judge.
No, Your Honor, I'll grab that, let me grab that exhibit to get out of there.
All right, yes. And at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, please, jurors, congregate at the jury room. You'll be brought up from there by court personnel. With that, we are in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.